I've got blue souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs blow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Not the boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. When I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, I'm scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama hip, so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my wounds as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Zoe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, Bob. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to see everyone tonight. Thank you all so much for being here. And Jen, thank you so much for the super sticker. I really appreciate that. Oh, that's so sweet of you. And thank you so much for being here. And I know it's a late show. I was going to do an early one, but there was no way on God's green earth that I was going to be able to make it. So, but I'm planning on doing one tomorrow if I can hurry up and get some of this other information all together. A lot of it is going back through notes and screenshots that I took, a while back. And so it's like some of them are in the cloud and they don't want to download. And then I didn't have storage. It's just, always something. Little Miss Sharon, thank you so much for being here and always encouraging people to hit the like button and hitting it yourself. Thank you so much. And Deanna D, so good to see you. I know you guys are more of like the early crowd with Andrea. Good to see you, Andrea. Thanks for being here. So yeah, I'm gonna try to, continue on with the like a mid-afternoon live. So Gail, so good to see you. Thank you for being here. I don't want to go on like whenever Betty's on. Indigo, good to see you. Cause like right about the time I'm finishing up some videos and stuff, she's on. And I think she goes on, like around 6 or 7. So I could do like an early show, but I don't want to interfere with, other shows. So I try to do it, when it's a good time to watch because I know you guys will watch the replay and I always appreciate that so much. Hey Chuchi, thank you so much for being here. So good to see you. And Cece is here. She says everybody's tired tonight. You guys need to wake up, get some coffee, get a Red Bull. No, I'm just kidding. I don't drink Red Bulls. Um I don't like my heart racing like that. Hey, Holly S. So good to see you. Thanks for being here. Hey, Sasha. Thank you. Sasha says, I've been rewatching this video of KP and Sebastian, and I'm convinced he was beaten, and I cannot handle baloney fingers. Ugh. And her face and her grotesque narcissistic mannerisms. It's hard. Yeah, I know it is. I know it is hard. Sasha, the Texas Roadhouse video is very difficult to watch. If you pay attention, you will see a lot going on there. Sebastian looks scared, and certain points he looks very nervous. Whatever she was telling him was not good, right? And I'm going over interviews where she's going, he wasn't in trouble, and it would make more sense if we'd been fighting. And then Chris says, yeah, he wasn't even in trouble. I mean, who? I don't know. I don't get it. But he was in trouble. Obviously he's in trouble. If mom is pointing at you, you're in trouble, right? I don't point at people unless they're in trouble, right? Unless I said you and I'm pointing at them. But I mean, it's all in her facial expressions, and I get that we're looking, unfortunately, at her profile. So we can't see exactly the look on her face, but I'm going to tell you she wasn't using that sweet Southern Belle accent like she likes to use. And Jen, thank you so much. I know I catch you on the replay a lot too, and then some days I'll come in. I hope your aunt is doing good because I know the one night I was able to catch you. And then you had to go off because I know your aunt was going in the hospital. Hey Seth, thank you very much for being here, and I hope she's doing better as well. Thank you, Holly. I've had the same intro for a while. I have to change it up, but I like it too. It kind of gets me pumped up. Jen's intro always gets me going too. She's got a great intro over there. So once again, I'm convinced his neck is blurred. Why? I don't know, but I despise this pitch. I know, Sasha. It's terrible. I'm guessing that you're referring to this picture right here, and you can tell that they did blur something in the back of his neck out, right? I don't know why they would do that unless it was something that they didn't want people to see. That they handed that photo over, but then they realized, oh, well, there's something we didn't want people to see. So, yeah, yeah, I know what you're saying, and I see that on there. And, I used to think that Katie was the one that was being, mistreated or that she was scared. And I figured out that that's not what we're seeing here. Unfortunately, um, and I believe that's why they didn't want to release the Texas Roadhouse video to the public because the public already had a negative perception of Katie. Why would we have a positive one? She was the last one with her child. It's just like anyone, even if you're just a caregiver, right? You come over and you're babysitting a child, and what you tell the parents when they get back that you lost their kid. I mean, how do you even have that conversation? Hello, Shadow. Hey, Karina, good to see you. Thanks for being here. And so, it's maddening. Um, I believe that we are definitely dealing with a narcissist. I'm not a doctor, but it fits the characteristics. Chris fits the characteristics, and so does Katie. For, in my opinion, histrionic. That's Katie. In my opinion, just based on, what we've seen from her. Also, she's very manipulative. They mirror match people, and it wasn't until I was going over the first interview that Sheriff Craddock did. He was not a sheriff back then, he was chief deputy of Sumner County. But he was joined by Ken Widener, EMS director, or excuse me, emergency management director, Ken Widener, and they were both in contact with Chris and Katie very heavily in the beginning. His first on record interview with the media sounds like Caitlin Quisenberry. I could be wrong. It sounds like her. And there was another news reporter there as well that I didn't quite recognize her voice, but we're going to go over that today, and a dispatch audio timeline that was done by Jessica Danielle. I don't know Jessica Danielle. I just know that she did a good job on this. And so I decided to pull it in and show it to you all. She went over audio for the entire first day of the search, right? Back and forth, and we're going to hear some interesting details on that and discuss it. But I want to go all the way back, right? We're going all the way back because I want to show you all the events that led up to this, so maybe we can figure something out. Because something isn't quite right with the way that this case was handled. And I do believe a lot of it was because of unconscious or unconscious bias, right? They could have been conscious about it. They could have been unconscious about it. I don't know. All I know is there was definitely bias because, again, if I was to lose my child, or if I was to lose someone else's child that I was responsible for giving care to or taking care of, there would be major issues, right? And I would understand that. I would expect it. Witchy Mama, so good to see you. Hello, Forget Me Not. And when a child is missing and a parent doesn't know where they are, they're desperate to find their child. Hello, Telly. Thank you so much for hitting the like button and for the green heart. I appreciate that. Garlic bologna. That makes it worse, Sasha. I just had a that's terrible. Good to see you, Fave Auntie. Thank you. Green bologna. Oh no. Shadow says this is the perfect time for me. I know I get all the night owls. You guys are the night crew, night owls. I'm like that too. I'm a little bit better in the evening, I think, more active. And they were saying that Sebastian was very active at night. And I remember Seth saying that, Sebastian had a proper bedtime. And sometimes if he was staying with Seth until Monday morning and Seth was dropping him off at the bus stop, right? Like, say he had school the next day, Sebastian had an earlier bedtime. And with that, he knew that he had to get up a little bit earlier, get ready, and then they had to drive. So, in my opinion, I think that Sebastian seemed to at least function in a different way at Seth's house. It just seems that way, right? Unless Chris and Katie are full of shit, which, I mean, we know they're full of shit, but they've been scored at a 52%. So, I mean, they are telling half truths, or they're truthful half the time. So it's a 50-50, right? It's a true gamble. I'm not big on gambling. Sandwich, so good to see you. Thank you for being here. I like the sure thing, right? I like something that's a sure thing. So hello, Bo. Good to see you. Thank you for being here. And also, Nisi Tincher. I'm sorry if I said that wrong, but thank you for the green hearts. Thank you for being here. Oh, in the Texas Roadhouse video, his neck is blurred out. Oh, I did not notice that. Sasha, that's interesting. There's a lot of things, guys, that we know now that we didn't know then. And then also, when you analyze these videos, you find something new every single time, so I think it's very important to revisit some of these things like that we can actually follow the facts on, right? Because a fact of the matter is that when they called in, dispatch was talking and there was scanner audio, and I think that's a good place to start. I've put in this audio in pieces, but I've never heard it done all the way through like this. So some of the things that I caught, I corrected in the video, but it really well done. Again, Jessica Danielle, I will drop her link when we start up with the video. So, thanks, Henry Dog. Yeah, justice for Sebastian is right. That's right. That's all that it's about. He's been missing for 2 years. So, unless they were letting him, play video games the whole time. I mean, but still, you have to think about the fact that Sebastian was missing his dad that entire time. He's missing his mom. And so, even if it was the best case scenario, he still deserves justice, in my opinion. Absolutely. Absolutely. And we know that the reality usually isn't that rosy. So, good to see you, Gina. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. They try to falsely paint that it was a happy night by adding that picture and KK and Sebastian, or of KK and Sebastian from a different time smiling, tricking the public perspective of her, in my opinion. I think so too, Sam. I definitely see where there are instances where they do that, right? They're trying to push a narrative, right? Like, oh, I can't believe what these parents must be going through. And what's funny is that a lot of times I wonder if they're even thinking about Seth in the parents situation, right? When we talk about the parents, right? Because Sebastian has two parents, right? Biologically, a stepfoot, right, in the mix. But what about Seth? Because there was a lot of things that he wasn't involved in and he didn't know about until they started coming out and, running their mouths. So he didn't know the type of involvement with CPS or the type of abuse that Sebastian was having to endure, corporal punishment by Mr. Foot. And it's, really not his place to do that at all. Right, but for the other parent not to be aware, that's a problem. When you get divorced, that happens. You can't control what happens in the other person's household, which sucks. It's the worst part, in my opinion, because, you're allowing your child to go with these people and, they're around other people that you don't even know. Right? So that is very, that could drive you crazy if you think about it enough. So, but it's something to consider. So, she obviously was on a mission, Holly. Look at how different her dress is in one photo and not in the, or excuse me, in the one photo and not in the others that I took from the Texas Roadhouse video. You know, she's definitely didn't really care about her hair. She's got it pulled back. Um, I'm a female. I know she blow dried her hair and curled it that day. I can tell, you know. And it looks like she might even be wearing makeup. I don't think Katie's huge on makeup, but it looks like she might have done her eyes or something. I'm not big on makeup either. If I come up here, I put it on. But it's sneaky. It really is, Holly. It's sneaky, it's ridiculous. It makes you lose trust right off the bat. I can't trust a law enforcement agency that is willing to do something like that. That just shows that they're shady, right? They're just as shady as Katie. So, Ann Brock, good to see you. Thank you for being here. And maybe some of the things that were being seen by the United Cajun Navy, who's used to working with law enforcement to some capacity, maybe those are the things that they're talking about. I mean, maybe not, but it would make sense. It would line up. Yeah, yeah. She was being a beach, a beach. That's funny. Um, Good, and also, I don't think I said hello to our other Ann. So hello, Miss Ann. I think I popped your comment up, but I didn't say hello. I don't know about Melissa, Sasha. My best guess when it comes to Melissa is that she, at the very least, liked to tease Sebastian and bully him. She acted like a cousin rather than an aunt, in my opinion. Because, yeah, your cousins might tease you, they might razz you a little bit, but, kind of makes you tough when other kids do that. But when it's an adult, it's a whole nother level. That family's disgusting, honestly. And even your cousins will be good enough to you to, maybe give you a break on your birthday. So, or at least at your birthday party, unless they're real rotten, right? But I mean, obviously she's rotten. So is the rest of the family. And I'm not a big believer in blaming blaming people for what their family does. You can't help what other people do. But it just almost every single one of them has something completely wrong with them. Although they like to say that Sebastian's the one that has something wrong with him, but I don't see that. It wasn't a happy go lucky fun night, right? It wasn't. I mean, he's literally getting in trouble, and it's after they've been sitting at the table for quite a while, and he's done nothing wrong. He doesn't have a phone. He doesn't have anything. He sat there and ate his food. It's the damnedest thing I've ever seen. Like, you would think if they had sat down, right, and right away that she was upset with him, right? You could see it. They're like talking. It's heated. Sebastian's upset or whatever. Um, that's not how it appears that it went down. They had been sitting there eating for a while, and then, there's nothing better than eating a meal and then having someone, jump your shit for something or cause trouble. Nothing better than getting in trouble by your mom after you just ate. He probably felt sick at his stomach, the poor kid. Something's not right. So, such scripted stories and premeditated lies. Absolutely, SI officer, and I could prove that tonight. I'm going to go back and prove all of this shit because I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the lies. I'm tired of people, you know, going on one little thing and saying, oh, no, they didn't do this. No, they did. Right. So let's just go back to the beginning. Let's go back to the very beginning and see who was all involved, right? Because in a small town, in a small area, especially a little tiny subdivision like that, people got involved very quickly. They took to Facebook, right? And they inserted themselves in this case in the very, very beginning, right? Something happens in your area, you help out. You don't do it so you can end up on Dateline or the news later on. What's wrong with people? I swear. Good to see you, Bo. She's a great creator, but she hasn't been active for a while. I liked how she did it. Okay, so you know who she is, Shadow. That's cool. All right. Yeah, I thought she did a great job. Those are hard. The scanner audio is really difficult because you have to listen good, right? You have to sit there and listen to it again, listen to it again. So that's what I was doing. It's about 20 minutes of just, she probably got the full audio. I'm sure it took her forever, right? She got the full audio. She's cutting out what she needs to pertaining to Sebastian's case. Other things come over the scanner as well. That's another difficult part of it. Broadcastify is one where you can get scanner audio. So, but with Devlin's case, I was sent the scanner audio, and so I know what it's like to have to decipher between calls. And his was really short. The one that I received, I'm sure there was more. I need to really look into that. But again, this is going to chronicle the entire day all the way up until the evening, right? The morning, the afternoon, and evening that Sebastian went missing on Monday. So I think she should be in jail, Karina. I do. I think they need to set her ass in jail and let her sit until she's ready to talk. But then again, she's got a lawyer, so it's kind of late for that. All of this stuff is kind of late for that. It's a day late, a dollar short, and it's really disheartening. I don't care how cooperative somebody is. I mean, yeah, they're going to cooperate because they don't want you to, they don't want to be in trouble. I wonder who they called exactly. Why not just release the call? They said they called the sheriff's department, but there's a discrepancy. There's discrepancies in that as well. So um I mean, I don't know. The police deal with this all the time, right? They get a call, my son's missing, my child's missing, whatever. And um if it was me, I'd be like, why didn't you call 911? Right? Like, what are you calling us for? I mean, that's what I would be thinking. I don't know what the person on the other end of the line thought, but that's the first thing I would be thinking. Like, what do you, I mean, oh, good. There we go. Okay. I got that loaded in there. So, um, yeah. And then I put it up in its entirety. So if you guys want to go over there and listen without my commentary, please feel free to do that. Um, Yeah, exactly, Mama Bear. Good to see you. She says when Chris mentioned Riley Strain, it was his rendition of "Hey, shit happens." Yeah, and I mean, he's talking about Riley Strain, but we were able to watch. That was the worst, very, very worst example that Chris could have given. He is such a friggin' moron, and that's why I thought to myself, this guy was in the Navy. Like, he's a fucking moron. Like, straight up. Right? Because Riley Strain, we were able to track his movements every step of the way. Now, his folks did not want us to know why he got kicked out of the bar, right? He was acting up. So what? Everybody has a little bit too much. They get a little bit too rowdy. They get a little bit too talkative. They might be rude, right? I mean, it's people when they're drunk, there's no telling what people could do, right? And he was extremely loaded, right? He had um pre-gamed it, right? I mean, they were like bar hopping and they pre-gamed it and all of that. And he's very seasoned drinker, on in the fraternity, being in it that long. I mean, hell, he was about to graduate. I felt so terrible for him and his family. But the reason why we didn't get the footage out right away is because his parents didn't want it released, guys. And anybody that wants to challenge me to that, send me an email. We're not talking about Riley tonight, but Mama Bear, I appreciate this comment. Right? Look, his parents didn't want it out. Finally, they released it, but we were able to track his movements through the whole entire situation. They thought if we knew something bad about Riley, nobody would care to look for him. I don't care what any of these people do. If they're out there missing, they need to be found. I could care less what they did before. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, we need to know certain things in order to get an understanding of who we're looking for. Other than that, I don't care. If it's a person, they need help. But his family was very reluctant and did not want the trolls and the ignorant people to talk bad about Riley, and they did. I saw horrible comments about that kid. Well, he shouldn't have been drinking like that. Well, I mean, he was. What are you gonna do about it now? There's nothing we can do about it now. But either way, that was the worst example that Chris Proudfoot could have given because we were able to see every single move that Riley made. Sebastian, on the other hand, this is the last time we see that child. No one, and guys, you guys wait till you listen to this, and I'm sure a lot of you have heard this audio, but they were going house to house to house very early on in the first few hours of the search. Hey, do you have video cameras? Hey, can you check your cameras? Anybody who had a crawl space, they were just going in there if it was unlocked. Like, for real, listen, wait until you guys hear this. I've never heard it in its entirety. I've heard it in little pieces that people wanted to put out. So, again, big, huge shout out to Jessica Danielle. She put it all out. She laid it out all out on the table. You know, yeah. I think he was walking on eggshells every day, Sasha. And I think he got the time when he was away from them, when he went to visit his dad. I think he was extremely weakened by the abuse as well as mentally and physically. Well, and it does wear on you, Holly. Even the strongest person, even the most confident person, it weighs on you. If somebody's constantly telling you you're bad, oh, look what you did. I mean, you can't even breathe without somebody saying something. I mean, again, like they were sitting there for a while. So, Katie knew that she was gonna, jump his shit, but he didn't know about it. Right. And then, I mean, just look at his face. Look at him looking at her. He looks terrified. And he also looks like crap, like shit, here I'm in trouble. I mean, unbelievable. And she doesn't even wait till they get home either. She does it right there in the restaurant. It's another thing about the feet. They don't give a fuck. They just do it right there in the public, don't care, right? Sit on Queen Bee's panel, say whatever they want. It's blatant, and I don't know why Sumner County doesn't give a shit. I don't know why the TBI doesn't care, because they didn't want us to know any of that. The truth always comes out, though. It's only a matter of time. So you guys can keep trying to scoop it under the rug and push it under there as many times as you want, but it doesn't matter, because eventually it's going to come out. It's only a matter of time. This isn't complicated. The Proudfoots desperately wanted Sebastian out of their house because he posed a threat to getting Faith because of the CPS reports and their own evil reasons, and now he's out. Duh. Yeah, Mama Bear, I think it's become bigger than it actually had to be. And if the police did the proper investigation to begin with, we wouldn't be sitting here. That's very apparent to me. And if they're embarrassed to hand over their piss poor investigation to another entity, then they should be. I don't blame them for being embarrassed. I would be. If I dropped the ball this big, I would be embarrassed too. Right? I'd want to hide what I did too, maybe. You know? Hey, guilty of a crime. Good to see you. So, I mean, that's just the way it goes. That is just the way it goes. I don't know how they go home at night and look at their families. Oh my goodness. I don't know how they look at his empty bedroom. It's sad. Holly, I don't get it. It doesn't make a dang bit of sense to me. Not one bit. Not one bit of sense. The looking around and grinning is weird. And people are like, well, she's just looking for a server. And I'm like, the hell she is. Hey, I'll apologize and admit it if I'm wrong. You guys know I don't have a problem doing that. But in the same way, no, we're not gonna even stick up for Katie in that way. That looking around, that grinning, I mean, she looks devious, right? You have a devious look on your face. Just like we can identify the facial features that Sebastian's making, we can identify hers as well. I mean, and that's why they didn't want it out, because it would screw up their narrative. It would screw up what they wanted us to think. Oh, this poor grieving mother, she just doesn't know. You know, she knows. In my opinion, she knows. Does anyone remember the fast ramble on a phone where, in my opinion, was quickly stated by CP, the aunt has the kid? No, I don't remember that, SI officer. I do not remember that. Sebastian is a Rogers taking after Seth. KP is dirty trash and Seth is class. So does Sebastian humanity. Yeah, and I mean, I think they are a lot alike, and I think there's a lot to be said about when the other parent dislikes, the other parent. Um it causes problems. I mean, that was even testified to in Harmony Montgomery's case. One of Adam's friends or whoever came out and said, he didn't like Harmony because she looked like her mother, and she looked just like her mother. I mean, a spitting image of her. And yeah, I think that plays a big role in this. Sebastian takes after Katie too. I can't say she doesn't, or I can't say he doesn't in the way that, you can see certain facial features. He takes after both of them, looks wise, but his personality is a lot like Seth's, I think. And again, you can see that with the way that Katie acts like the Queen of Sheba or the Queen of Texas Roadhouse. It's like, please give me a break. I'd love to see her have to serve someone else. We could believe, from what was stated, a family gathering at Texas Roadhouse. From what we see, in my opinion, everyone hiding in different areas within the restaurant, but it was not a gathering of family fun. Yeah, SI officer, I wonder about some of the people that were in the Texas Roadhouse, but I don't see any family members. And I don't think the lady with the walker has anything to do with it. Somebody said something about that, and I was like, no. I could be wrong though. Granny could be packing, it could be a whole it could be a whole conspiracy. But I am not uh I haven't gone down that route yet. Now the yellow jacket guy, he's strange. I don't believe he's got cancer. I don't believe that's the man that has come forward like, oh, I have cancer. I'm an old man. No, I don't think that's him. Um, and if it is, you can just email me privately, and I'll make sure to correct that, Mr. Yellow Jacket. You can email me at ladyfreedomsrawnerratives@gmail.com. Skip the apostrophe. It just, or you can go straight to my channel, click the link, and it's there. I don't believe that man is some little old man that's a regular that has cancer. He didn't come away with any food, so. Hey, Jersey girl, good to see you. I see all I need to know here. He is nervous and worried, and she is bossy, sneaky, and suspicious, in my opinion. My heart is with Sebastian. I mean, Jersey girl, it's so sad. And I mean, we all know, even if we don't have kids, we've been the one to get reprimanded by our moms. And, some moms are, a little more aggressive than others, but, Katie's definitely telling him off, in my opinion. He something that happened earlier, something he did. I do know that he was shaking his head no and things like that, at certain points. Um, so again, I wish we could have this footage from different angles. I wish we were really able to dive into it. But I know there's a whole slew of issues that comes along with, allowing for us to do that. So, I mean, it should be evidence. In my opinion, it's very important. Um, so Melissa posting on Facebook at 6 something in the morning about all this. Yes, Holly, huge red flag. Huge red flag. And they screwed themselves up. Like, that's the thing. They can get mad at us all day. That's fine. Be mad at me, but I've done nothing but take their words and, show them to you guys. I've compared their words and things like that, but it's all the things they've said. And she did. She said that they were out there searching at 6:30 in the morning. And I'm like, but the dispatch, and I do want to make a correction, speaking of corrections on that, whenever I show it to you guys, because it was a little bit earlier than 6:38. I think she called it in at 6:32, but I'll show you guys in the video. Either way, it's still that's 2 minutes. So, they notified the family at once, before law enforcement. But then again, they did have a half hour if Katie actually discovered him missing at 6, which I don't think that was the case. I don't. I think that part of the story is false, obviously, because I think that something happened to Sebastian before then. And I think that they know, and I think they're involved. Hi, Kai J's Campfire. Good to see you. Looks like they could get her for neglect, for not searching for him. Yeah, I think there's enough in the CPS reports that they would be able to do that. I really do. I really do. Hey, Bama, no matter who he called, any call would be sent to dispatch, and all dispatch calls are recorded. Thank you. Yeah, Bama, that's what I'm thinking too, right? They would send them over there, yeah, because who else would take the details unless they called a friend, you know? But either way, dispatch would have to gather the information, and they did. They did gather information from them. We'll hear it. We'll hear about it. But again, I've only heard this in bits and pieces. I've never heard the whole thing. Um, yeah, Riley was, yeah, I know. I mean, well, the thing is, Shadow, is that, you know, Riley, he wasn't doing anything wrong. That poor kid, he that really gets my heart, you know? And his mother just, I know, his mom was a whole nother reason why I was like, "Oh my gosh, we need to find him." But also he's the same exact age as my daughter. He's the same exact age, and he was about to graduate. Um, my daughter went to Drury University, not Mizzou. Or I mean, there's like 7 different colleges in Springfield alone, but he was going, to the one in like middle Missouri. I guess you could say it's like mid, it's not all the way up by St. Louis, but anyway, he was Mizzou. And it just really got my heart because my daughter was graduating too in May. Um, yeah, but we tracked him the whole way. So for Mr. Foot, to say, "Oh, well, Riley Strain, dee, dee, dee." No. And that's because he was involved with SF. SF got involved in that as well. SF was in Pascal's chat, right? He answered a question that I had about Riley um, being in the river and the water temperatures and things like that. I don't remember the exact question. So, hey, Sabrina, good to see you. Thank you for being here. So, yeah. Lana Lee says, when we see 2 minutes of our Texas Roadhouse video have 38 minutes more, did they have a look reader for oh, a lip reader? Okay, I see what you're saying. A lip reader for the 40 minutes they spent at the Texas Roadhouse. Never heard a word about a lip reader. I wish that we could have, excuse me, I wish that we could have had a lip reader come into play. Unfortunately, in order for someone to read lips effectively, I would think it would be, you would have to be looking at the person. This angle is a little bit off. For Sebastian, it probably might be effective. For Katie, you can't see her lips. For Katie, we know though now that if her lips are moving, she's lying. So that's my best. That's my best way to say that. But again, lip reading is not 100%, and there's even people out there that don't even believe that people can lip read. You know, um, it's a very difficult art. Um, I'm pretty sure all calls into the sheriff's office are recorded by the dispatch. Absolutely is. Whether or not it's released is a different story. I believe that too, Bama. Yeah, and that's another big part here, right? Is that, many of the details are not going to be released. And that I think is good, you know. That part I think is good. I don't think that that's a bad thing necessarily. I just would think after 2 years they might show us whether Sebastian was even home or not. But the fact of the matter is it just really seems like law enforcement doesn't care. They're not showing the same gusto that they did in the beginning, that's for sure. But also, the egos, in my opinion, were not being bruised or hadn't been bruised yet. And so uh, I think um, a lot of what happened after the fact was like, because Craddock wanted, well, for example, I'll just say this: Craddock wanted us all to look for Sebastian. Um, he was saying, the public, please look on your cameras. I think that the footage is going to break the case. Somebody's going to have some kind of footage of him out. But once that didn't happen, and once they had searched the 5 mile radius and searched it again, people were getting tired of it. And then also, I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that everybody knew Chris and Katie had done something nefarious. And when he's sitting there pushing a narrative that doesn't make any sense to the public got upset with him, and rightfully so. We cannot accept the lies. We cannot accept manipulation from law enforcement. Even though they're allowed to do that, it doesn't mean that we need to accept it. And that goes double for Chris and Katie. Um, okay, so I got this video and I want to share it with you guys. I'm just going to play the intro because this song is for Katie. There's no one left to blame, Katie. You're the only one. Oh, sorry.
Did you forget it was my heart you were playing with? You made the rules to your own game. So your heart of ice, so I brought fire to learn it all just burns the same. Burns the same. Never forget whose heart you are playing with. No more rules to your game, half gate. Build a house of cards and played with fire. Look around, there's no one left to play. Left to play. Do you think of me? Now the flames turn cold and the fight is over. What do you think of me when these memories come as the winds turn colder? Do you think of me? Did you forget it was my heart you were playing with? You made the rules to your own game. So your heart on mine, so I brought fire to learn it all just burns the same. Burns the same. Do you think of me? Now the flames turn cold and the fight is over. What do you think it means when these memories come as the winds turn colder? Do you think of me? Now the flames turn cold and the fight is over. What do you think it means when these memories come as the winds turn colder? Do you think of me? All that could have been. Why could we be? Do you think of me? tell a story I once knew. The smells are so familiar.
You know you're a coward.
I can't place the rose.
We need somebody to do something different here. And that way we can bring Sebastian home, whatever that might be. You know, there's something that they are not doing. There's something that they're not doing.
Give the case to the FBI, Chronic.
Hey, Jeff. Hey, babe. Jeff says, hey, Seth.
Hey, Jeff.
We got a couple of people that have come down throughout the day, just different people that are coming down to show their support.
Honk for Sebastian.
Not for Seth, but for Sebastian. For Sebastian. We're here for Sebastian.
I know where I'm at.
Yep.
I don't know where my son is.
Right. We're here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. If you had a missing child, what would you do? You're going to sit around? Right.
My son hasn't done anything to be treated like you're treating him.
Where is Sebastian? That's all we want to know. Where is he? We just got to do something different, you know, to bring him home. Where is Sebastian?
Good day, Missing. I'm about to make Stanford Court, 1008 Stanford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised that the 15-year-old is not in the bed. Yeah, right now, Joey's mom here, approximately 5 foot, 120 pounds. I was going to be wearing a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants.
The caller who advised, we know now is Chris Proudfoot, Sebastian's stepfather, said that Sebastian initially was wearing black sweatpants and a black sweatshirt. It's obvious that Chris Proudfoot was spreading misinformation about Sebastian's disappearance from hour one. But really, how would he know if he wasn't even in town? How would he be able to give all of the information the dispatch needed at that moment? Let's watch.
You know, does have a phone alcoholism. This is the first time it happened. I was going to be in the home before midnight. The doors are locked at this time.
Just warming up.
Okay, so right there, guys, we find out that the doors are locked. It's confirmed over the dispatch, right? Because everyone's wondering, should they go to the house? Well, Katie wasn't at the house yet. She was driving around with her windows rolled up. Driving around with her windows rolled up.
Control to you, 47-184 and 12. She's not. Once his son at the house, the mother is driving around looking for him in the Victoria Place subdivision, and she is driving a big blue Infiniti.
And she describes her Infiniti as a new one, right? Because Katie, you know, she's got to put airs on about herself. He goes, let's get there and see what's going on at 6:45 a.m.
Let's get there and see what's going on. Go around search of the residence. We'll go from there.
Right. So this is when they go back to the residence. They decide they should go back to 1008 Stafford Court to do a search of the residence. But they didn't. But didn't Chris say to Katie that he told Katie to go back to the house when they were on the three-way call? So they skipped out a bunch of information and they skipped ahead, you know, a lapse of time, as deception detective would call it. And that's always a big red flag. So let's listen to what Chris said to Chronicles of Olivia from Chronicles of Olivia.
In the area.
I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in his effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming, and he was three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them our son is missing and we don't know what's going on, and he was like, go back to the house, they're on their way. And I drove back to the house, and
that's not what you told the dispatch audio, or that's not what you told the dispatcher, Katie, or whoever was talking to the dispatcher, right? Because you're claiming that Chris was on the phone and then he told you to go back, right? So, I mean, which one is it? And there's all of this time in between of that, right? Because as soon as you guys called, you should have been making your way back to the house because they were headed there. But no, they're saying on dispatch, mom's not at the house. She's driving around Victoria Place. She's driving around the neighborhood. And it wasn't until, almost I believe it, let me just make sure of the time.
20 days later, we haven't found him.
20 days later, we haven't found him. So 6:56, right? So they call it in around 6:32, I believe. And now we're at 6:56, and that's just about the time that Katie is still out in the neighborhood. So she had an hour, roughly, that she was driving around and not at the house. But that's not what she said. She said as soon as they were dispatched to the area, as in, okay, they're dispatched out. Okay, I'll head back to the house. She ran back. I mean, drove back.
In the area. Check on health office. Seeing it. You can check me as this en route to the missing juvenile.
I said, there's no medical center ER, Center Station ER, Center Regional ER, answer line, all clear of the juvenile. You can see that the code red has been launched as employee.
Okay, guys, really quick. I want to read this, and also, so they did what they normally probably would do, right? In this scenario, they're calling around to the hospitals, making sure that Sebastian didn't end up there. So we're up 7:45 a.m. Code Red enables emergency notifications by telephone, text message, email, and social media of a time-sensitive information, emergencies, or urgent notifications. As you register to receive Code Red alerts, you have the ability to select the types of messages you wish to receive and your preferred means of communication. And that's the Code Red message system for Gallatin, Tennessee. So here we go.
All clear of the juvenile. You can see that the code red has been launched as employee.
Next big track back up. Going to the construction site over here back towards the beach. Awful muddy. Do you see any footprints or anything? Getting out of your shoes? That is it. I do have some footprints. Right there where you're standing? Yeah. Leading right over here to the routine. No shoes, just footprints. He literally dove into it.
Okay, so this is where they're advising over the dispatch, the guys that are out in the field. He just said that Max literally dove into the pond. Literally dove in is his exact words.
Max led me straight to the retaining pond.
Max led me straight to the retaining pond behind the school, 7:55 a.m.
He led me into the river. Got any friends around it? There's a few footprints in some of the softer boats headed straight this way on the track that he was running. Do we have a picture yet?
So they were tracking footprints as well to the pond. Right? This is them. This is what they were saying. I wasn't there. This is just what they're calling out over the dispatch. And these are professionals that do it every day.
That's simple. Where was that heat signature at? Where the riffraff is.
All right, where the riffraff? Where's the heat signature at? Where the riffraff is? It's where the trees are. Riffraff? What do they have, homeless people that chill over there or what? By that nice neighborhood, there's riffraff? I don't understand that part. There's no clarity on that. But just something for us all to consider. Where the riffraff is, over there by the trees. Interesting. So there's riffraff that hangs out in the neighborhood, according to the police.
Well, those trees are 25 feet maybe out in the middle. Hey guys, the construction zone, there's another pond. There's somebody standing in the woods. It looks like a person. It is a person, we know, but there's another pond. He's standing back there by himself.
Okay, so there's another pond, right? And they're calling in, and I believe this is the mannequin, but either way, they see someone standing over there, right? And so they're absolutely checking. I mean, they're even calling their own searchers in. They're like, is it this guy? Is this guy, right? Oh, I see this person. I see this kid. No, they're helping, right? So I mean, it's chaotic. It's, right when all of this occurred, and they're checking all of those ponds. So right off the bat, guys, the first couple hours, they know everything that's going on in the construction area, the graveyard, the ponds in the area. They're very well aware of them. They're checking all of them. Everything is being checked. How thoroughly it's being checked, I have some questions. But it says past the construction zone in the same area back there.
At the construction zone in the same area back there. Yeah, the north end of it, yeah. Now we see to straight back, there's a person in the woods by that pond. There's the house on the other side of the tree line. Going back toward the beach, or going on the back side. Yeah, on the back side, and he's not moving. He's just standing there by himself in the woods.
Right, not moving because it's a mannequin, right? And we know that the high schoolers like to put clothes on the mannequin and put them up in that barn that says "Welcome to Shackle Island." I don't know if it's the same mannequin or if these, high schoolers just have like a tradition with the mannequins, but that's who they're seeing over by that pond.
Andersonville 517, I'm on the northeast corner in the cemetery across the tree line. Am I close? No, the backside. Peek if you can, do you have anybody there with you? Stand by, let me see if I can find them on that. I got my drone granny for the moment, and I'll see if I can do it. Target's over. One of the two. I'm in my truck. Two, there's four of us on foot coming across the yard, start directions. 19's on the screen. Straight in. Keep it on. Go left. Just come back, you passed it. One piece, there's one piece you going on. In the woods, you should be about 15 foot from it. What's John's first name? Should be all over whatever it is right there. The two people walking the wood. It's a mannequin. Sorry, guys. You look just like a person from the air.
Okay, so they have either the drones up or maybe even helicopters. I think it's a drone. But he said, sorry about that. Looks like a person from the air. Obviously, a mannequin won't give off a heat signature. And we are at 8:18 a.m.
Here's the 60 place. What's the name of the child that we're looking for? First name is Pat. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? First name is Pat. Last clothing description was black sweatpants with a white stripe, black long sleeve t-shirt with a print.
Okay, guys, and that's, I guess, a good spot for an ad. So now we're hearing a different story, a different description of Sebastian's clothes. A different description of Sebastian's clothes comes in over. So about 2 hours in, and you can hear them even before that asking what Sebastian's name is because they might have went up to the mannequin. Give me 1 second here. Okay, yeah, that's muted. Right. So almost 2 hours, they're asking about Sebastian's name. What's the child we're looking for? His name. And she says over the dispatch, it's Sebastian. Or he does, excuse me. And then they're asking what's the last clothing description, right? And almost 2 hours later, the description changes. So initially it was black sweatpants and a black sweatshirt. Now they're saying that it's the black pants with the white stripes down the side and a long sleeve black shirt with a print on it, right? With a print. Whoopsie daisy, sorry.
Sorry, guys. You look just like a person from the air. Here's the 60 place. What's the name of the child that we're looking for? First name is Pat. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? First name is Pat. Last clothing description was black sweatpants with a white stripe, black long sleeve t-shirt with a print. Nikki, how many drones do you have up? One at the moment. I've got mine grounded so I can get started over. I'll be back in the area momentarily. 29 Central on scene. With 2 out here with me. Important. Has anybody been there since the initial? There's a whole bunch of people right now. All over my mom. Can you help me listen to the radio on North End until we wrap this up, please? Yes, sir. Brandon, you've got who's available.
Okay, guys, and I don't know if this is Brandon Carter that they're speaking with at this moment, but they do clearly say Brandon, and I'll play that back.
There's a whole bunch of people right now. All over my mom. Can you help me listen to the radio on North End until we wrap this up, please? Yes, sir. Brandon, you've got who's available. Mounted patrol coming up there, and Joe's sending some more cars if y'all want. If we can start from the beginning, from the original house, set up a new plan up there. Yep.
Okay, so after they've, done the initial search, they decide that they'll all head back over to Stafford Court to the house to make a new plan because, they're looking, they can't find him.
Well, that's what we're doing now, sir. Thank you. 1 hour years. A neighbor advised that he's found the child under his son's car, which is across the street, 2 doors up. So be sure to search under cars and under things.
I mean, are we panicking? Is it this? Oh, I think he's probably at a neighbor's house, or what are you thinking?
My son doesn't run. He's not a runner. He's never run away before. He's never run away before. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out the door. I don't know why he walked out the door.
Who do you want to go with this other canine search and rescue? I just talked to the GC, the construction back here. He's going to start getting the word out to all his crews that are out here working. Everything. 421,000. So we can get a game plan and reconvene. Hey, Bucket, can you put a drone right on top of this trash can, this dumpster?
All right. So here we see them asking, hey, could you put a drone over the top of this dumpster? Can you run that drone across and see if you can see anything in the dumpster? I have to say that sounds lazy to me. I'm not trying to bash anybody that was initially searching. It seems like they were doing the best that they could do. But then again, what can you see if you fly a drone over a dumpster? You can't see anything underneath, right? You can only see what's on top. And if there's all kinds of debris in the dumpster, and I'm assuming that they're talking about the dumpsters in the construction area, then something could be under those, under that debris or under, whatever they've thrown away in there. Usually there's all kinds of crap that they throw in the construction dumpsters. So I think that they needed to have somebody go over there and physically check the dumpsters, not run a drone over top of them. In my opinion, my ever so humble opinion, I'm not law enforcement.
If there's anything in it, 188. 184 is going to send you a picture. You send a code red for 1008 Stafford.
Code red was sent out at 0745 this morning.
2-4. Google send that in good. Can we?
Okay, guys, so you can also see that, the officers that are out there looking are getting nervous, right? They're saying, oh, we better send it a code red. And she's like, hey, that was already done at 7:45. So, I mean, obviously, the urgency is building even with these searchers because they do this every day, right? Or they, maybe not every day. Thank God it's not every day, but some of them are trained in different areas and this is their job. This is what they do, I should just say. Brenda, I'm with you. She says, get your ass in there, get your ass in the dumpster. Time to dumpster dive, right? There's a child missing. You can't just fly that drone over top. And like I said, I don't want to bash anybody, but hey, Detroit, so good to see you. Thanks for being here. So yeah, I mean, yeah, thorough searches is what we really needed. But again, that first week they really were um looking everywhere, I think. But time is of the essence, especially with something like a dumpster, because I'm not sure when those were taken away. A lot of times, the guys will call in. Actually, Jeff was talking about it too, when we were driving around the construction area, or what used to be the construction area in the new subdivision. And he had said something like, well, there was still some construction going on, actually, in there. And he said that usually once it gets full, they'll call it in and things like that. It's not something that's regularly picked up, like the residential trash is. So there's that. But yeah, time is still of the essence, in my opinion.
Put a drone right over top of this trash can, this dumpster. See if there's anything in it. 188. Van 184 is going to send you a picture. You send our code red for 1008 Stafford.
Code red was sent out at 0745 this morning.
2-4. Google send that in good. Can we retry that, please?
10-4, will do.
12188.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you come to 1008, please? 12 to any units we're going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 Stafford Court now, please.
Okay, so all units are sent to 1008, right? 12 units, everybody go over there. Quickly respond to the residents where Sebastian went missing from. I can't imagine what most of them were thinking when they arrived. I do remember that Kai J, yes. Do you remember in the beginning a story about Sebastian asking people at school if they wanted to, or if they would put him in the trash can? I don't know who started that, or if there was any truth to that, but I do remember that. Holly says she remembers too. That's so. I don't know why he would like. I mean, especially because he doesn't like to be dirty. So that doesn't really ring true to me, but I don't know. Um, did somebody attempt to maybe do that to him? Because kids can be mean, but it's really my understanding that the he wasn't really having too many issues at school as much as he was at home, in my opinion. Um, Brenda says they should have stopped the trash truck and now waited 11 days to search that. Either a big mistake, in my opinion. I think that was a huge mistake, Brenda. That was a huge mistake. I agree, because if I was going to throw anything away from, say, anything that nefarious that could have happened, it would have been that night, right? You would have thrown things away, because the trash was going to come pick them up, and so that with them going to the dump, it would have been harder, um, to flag those items down. So, hello, Animal. Good to see ya. Thanks for being here. This is more calculated than teens messing around at night. I think so too. I think so too. I do wonder about the riffraff, though, Justice for Noog. When I heard that there was riffraff in the area, it made me wonder if that's what the activity could have been in the cemetery as well. Because if they're saying, "Oh, that's where the riffraff is over there in the forest," over by the tree line and da 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 da, they must be aware of activity or people who are in the area. I will just say, in my opinion, looking at the area, being there, physically being there, um, it doesn't strike me as the area to have that type of riffraff, so to speak. But that there's a lot of woods around that area, so the homeless population kind of goes, um, you know, wherever they can to kind of get shelter. And even at Stop 30, there was a little camp set up there as well. And again, I mean, there's a very nice kind of ritzier subdivision right across the street from that little Stop 30 area or off of Stop 30 Road. So, you know, with that being said, it does make a lot more sense that there could have been activity in the cemetery from the riffraff as well. Because I think that's what you're referring to. They waited to call the cops until after the trash truck left the neighborhood, in my opinion. Yeah, they called right afterwards, right? Well, if it came through about 5:30 allegedly, then 6 o'clock or excuse me, 6:30 calling in, yeah, it was long gone, right? So Indigo law enforcement did search the landfills, but they waited. It wasn't until 11 days later that they did that. So yeah, unfortunately.
188.
Go ahead, sir.
Can you come to 1008, please? 12 to any units that are going to be assisting with 1008. Please come to 1008 Stafford Court now, please. So at the beginning of Kelly Lane 1000. We're going to work our way north up Kelly Lane. That's fine. I'll get these two houses right here, and we'll take the right side. The white Ford truck, that's the Hendersonville officer's house. That's with me. Order.
Okay, guys, so the Hendersonville officer who was with or assisting this other officer is, in my opinion, Chris Carr, right? And when you go to Chris Carr's Facebook page, I just kind of wanted to let you guys all know when this all transpired. So, and when I took the screenshots, but you can see that he is friends with Lego My Diego dog handler that found the pants with Terry Lynn. We're going to get more into that character later. Character unlocked fully, and I'm ready to show you all that I have on this person. And then I talked to them in Jen Coffendaffer, of all people, her chat. She's, you know, ex-FBI. She needs to really be watching her chat better, in my opinion. But then again, you know, she doesn't really care to, you know, comment on Sebastian's case anymore, or I haven't seen her do it ever since she started, you know, disputing everything that she stood for to begin with. So, and then we have Katie Proudfoot, right? So Chris Carr, and he's assisting in the initial search efforts. So let's go ahead and just play that back through really quick. And then this person also did a great job of adding in the maps and those types of things as well, which I'm very grateful for. So he drives a white Ford truck. That's the Hendersonville officer's house that's with me, right? Chris Carr, right? Friends with Katie Proudfoot. Friends with the dog handler that found Sebastian's pants. Friends with Terry Lynn. Okay, and the plot thickens.
The Hendersonville officer's house, that's with me. Order. No, that house hasn't been checked. The next house up is a city white Ford in the driveway.
All right. So, again, white Ford in the driveway. Don't worry about checking that house. He's with me. We're searching. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, neighborhood Facebook page. Post is made. 1023 check. Memoration on camera.
Unit on Stanford. We've had an additional caller call in that was in his head, stating she found someone that made the description on Hogan's Branch. There with sandy blonde hair, with a kite wrapped around his head, shoved the ATL on a reflective jacket, approximately 2 hours ago.
320. 139 Broadband has a camera, but nobody's answering the door. He had some ties at White House High School, and every time he got in trouble, he wanted to go back to White House, so I notified White House PD, and they're notifying this,
His way with the camera is correct.
It's different. Nobody's answering, nobody's home. In reference to that address, please run a registration check on testing tag. Tennessee.
Factory 2012 BMW 750 black and color, registered at that address, confirmed NSR.
Great. Tennessee, if you can find any information, make sure we can look up on a phone number or something. We would appreciate it.
Command again at the staff report. When you check a residence, please give me the numeric and unit numbers that have checked it, and whether or not you made contact with anybody.
Made contact with 1000 Kelly. He checked all the cameras.
Okay, guys, this is where they start making contact with the different locations and they're calling them out, right? They're like, okay, so we made contact here. We looked at this camera footage. So this is where we start to hear what they're doing with the camera footage as well. And I'll rewind it. And Tully, it was in the beginning of the dispatch, they were talking about that there was some riffraff in the area. And I thought that Coffin Daffer was, a good resource for Seth, a good person to have on the case, until she started, to do it's the same thing over and over and over again. People that don't have any balls. I mean, that's what they do, right? They'll go to the other side because they want to be friends with everybody, right? They don't care about finding a child that's missing. They want to be friends. I mean, they want to go over and have late night calls and fun, do drugs with felons and people who abuse their children. It's very disgusting. And I guess she's one of them. I don't know. I would never have thought in a million years. If somebody would have told me that, I would have said, oh no. No. And then, then I would have said, oh shit. Yeah. And then I would have called them out for, an hour on my show. But yeah, she needs to watch her chat because that girl was in there just squawking like a stool pigeon in her chat, and she just doesn't even, she's none the wiser to it. She's like, oh, I get recognition from all these people, want to hear what I have to say. She's not worried about Sebastian, in my opinion. It's sick. Tully says, or excuse me, Justice says, Tully, I agree, I can't stand her. And if that's our FBI, no wonder they did they fired a lot of agents. Yeah, I mean, and I have not agreed with her analysis on any other case, right? And then she comes into Sebastian's case and I'm like, oh, and I'm cringing, and then I'm like, oh, okay, well, maybe this is a good thing. My initial opinion was correct. So hey, Justice Jane, thanks for being here. Good to see you. Where's the bed cover? The knife in the box of photos that disappeared from behind Worsham's. Yeah, I know. That's a good question, Cheryl. Hopefully, while Jay is for Justice is kissing, smooching the boot of, Nick at night over there. Maybe she'll share the information that she has on that, because apparently Terry Lynn gave her a bunch of that information. That was not shared with me. So. But yeah, this is the time, guys, where they're starting to go house to house to house. So on day one, the morning that Sebastian was reported missing, all of this footage was being collected by law enforcement. All of this. The immediate areas were checked and rechecked. And the next day they did a search, and Sheriff Craddock will tell you, back then he was the deputy, chief deputy. But he's going to tell us that the day two search is going to be exactly what we did yesterday, right? It's going to be kind of repetitive because we're going to keep going over what we went over yesterday, right? Because obviously, how far could Sebastian get without any shoes on? So many things to consider, I never would have thought, like, especially because I was nervous in the beginning and I'm like, oh no. And then I'm like, oh, I hope Seth didn't get involved with this, lady. She's usually like never right. Like her analysis is way off all the time. And she always plays it safe. And I know they have to once they have that status. It's a lot different for someone like me. But in the same way, disgusting.
checked it and whether or not you made contact with anybody. Made contact with 1000 Killing Lane. He checked all the cameras, nothing was on. No answer at 102 or 103 Killing Lane. 105.
Okay, guys, and they're getting a little bit lazy here, right, over the dispatch, but what they're saying is, 1005, 1002, so even though they're saying like 105, add another zero in there, right? And they're showing the area too. Like here's the house right behind the footage, right? The flashlight footage where that came from allegedly. And that's around the corner, right? And you go up Kellen, and then here's Stafford Court, and that's Sebastian Street. And then you have Waltham Court, right? There's a bunch of little courts and I call it cul-de-sac in there. So you see that. You see all of that on this map, all of the places that they're checking. I mean, right away, they had the information and they were continuing to gather footage as they were going along, so no, Sasha, that's not Burton. Oh Lord, if Burton wouldn't even show their face in here unless they were on an alt account.
Answer hasn't seen it. Nothing on Rainbow. This is one you're saying 102, is it 1002? 1002, I'm sorry. Did you ask if he had any like purple hoodie? I don't have to answer no, but just find out if he owns a light purple hoodie with her something like that. Can I ask? Mom doesn't advise. She told me.
All right, so mom doesn't advise. So Katie can't say that he was or wasn't wearing a purple hoodie, according to this, right? And I heard about the purple hoodie, and I think it was CNY family that asked Seth in one of the lives, like, did Sebastian have a purple hoodie? And I'm like, purple? I'm like, no. And then I never heard that. And then Seth's like, no, he doesn't have a purple hoodie. But I believe that's where she probably heard that maybe he had a purple hoodie, because mom doesn't advise. Mom doesn't advise, right? Is what it just said previously. Sorry, I thought it was right there. But yeah, mom doesn't advise, right? Because Katie's probably sitting there doing her whole, Meryl Streep performance, oh, I don't know why he walked out the door, and all this shit. So God only knows what condition she was in, what kind of shit she was pulling at that point. But again, guys, so I wanted to get a good proper timestamp, 9:53 a.m. So even about 9:45 a.m., they were pulling camera footage, going door to door, looking in people's crawl spaces, getting all of the information that they needed. So anybody that says they have like this new footage or whatever, I don't believe it. At this point in the game, 2 years later, I mean, the police have all of it. They were given all of this information. Yeah, this one is part of it. I just added in the different like clips from what Chris and Katie said that didn't, jive with what was being said initially in the dispatch audio. But yeah, they have had all of this footage. And Bobby the neighbor, she was like involved in it thick. She was like, oh, I'll, for one, her kids were helping, assisting, right? But she was also posting things to Facebook. She's the admin for the neighborhood Facebook page, right? She's doing the most, and so are her kids, to help find Sebastian first thing right off the bat. And everyone is giving their footage freely to the police and to Mr. and Mrs. Proudfoot, even subsequently through that Facebook group. I have heard that they were collecting footage through there as well. So good to see you, Faye. And what they've done with that footage, I have no idea, right? Because I don't think Seth has it, and he can correct me anytime I'm wrong. But I don't think he has any of that. Odd that you would give it to the two that are the most suspicious.
They were at Dragon Store last night, just bowling at them. You have a unit go there.
Okay, guys. So Katie lies right to the police right off the bat. So they all go back, right? They sent units back. They couldn't find Sebastian initially in and around the area. And so they sent everybody back to the house and they were gathering more information from mom, right? Air quote mom. But either way, they were they were going back to get more information from her, and she tells them that they went to the Strike and Spare yesterday and they were just bowling, right? And so why is that important? Why would they want to know about Sunday? Well, because it's going to help identify if it was maybe something, especially with Sebastian being autistic, that he would have just maybe went back there, right? Especially because they were painting a picture of Sebastian that was not true in the beginning. Just somebody that might wander around. He might be drawn someplace and he might go back to someplace that he was yesterday that he had fun at. But the fact of the matter is Katie is lying because they did not bowl. But she's telling that to them at 10 o'clock in the morning. She's lying to the police officers straight away, right? Just straight away. Very interesting.
Make sure that he hasn't returned there. 1015 had ring cameras, but didn't pick up anything.
Okay, so 1015, the ring cameras didn't pick up anything, right? So they're calling them in. They're calling all of them in. SI officer says the niece has a purple hoodie. If you look back at Strike and Spare, December 2023, when they were celebrating his birthday. So they weren't at Strike and Spare, SI officer. They were at Grand Ole Opry. Sorry if you guys heard that creaking. I was sitting on my foot. They were at what's it called? Grand Ole Opryland Mall or something. And it was a Simpsons. It was like a purple Simpsons hoodie. This hoodie had holes in it too. So I don't know, like if it had been out there for a while. But if you have like a, oh, what do they call it? Like a screenshot or something of that, I would definitely show it. We can look at it. I mean, that's not to say they didn't, ditch the hoodie. I mean, because they could have. And I do know that Melissa likes to color her hair purple. So, I mean, that makes sense to me. That's why UA was like Bobby's kids did it. Yeah, exactly. Honorary police cadets. I know. And they're just out there helping. Yeah, exactly. And I know it's tough because it's like, she did. That's why I call her the nosy neighbor, right? And I know that pissed people off. I don't care. I mean, it has nothing to do with anything. I'm nosy too, or I wouldn't be prying into this case, would I? But yeah, she was like right in the mix. The kids were in the mix. Everybody was in the mix, right? But it was in my opinion, she was trying to assist. It wasn't like she was like, "Oh, I better know what's going on. I better be, watching everything that people are doing because I'm guilty," type of a thing, because I can't discount that that's how people do things, right? I mean, criminals will look at the newspaper, everything, just to keep on top of the story in case something's mentioned, right? And nowadays news articles are, online. But even, watching the news to see if anybody knows anything, to see what routes which ways they're looking at the case. Which is why the police, can lie to us and tell us, that they're not looking at something when they are, or they don't want to tell us because there's certain information that only that person would know if they have direct involvement in it. Right. But Bobby was totally, offering the kids to go out. They were gung ho about going out. And then she was also posting everything to Facebook and out in the neighborhood looking as well, I'm sure. I'm sure all of her footage was given over to the police. She said actually on JLR that it was. And then she also mentioned her friends that they all gave their footage right over to the police. Um, was she bit by the I want to be famous because of Sebastian's case? Maybe. But, I think she's helped out quite a bit. In my opinion, she doesn't have any guilty knowledge or involvement, and that's just my opinion.
517 Emersonville with me. 1,000 contact and same anything, either nothing on under about 1012 Kevin Lane through 20 of 1012 go through those hours. The lady at 1032, Kevin, runs the neighborhood Facebook page, and she updating it to request we were looking at cross sections and hidden areas. At one time, it was in Kevin Lane. Did y'all happen to check the crawl space? I will have to check my list, but it wasn't locked from the outside. It was checked. 1018 Stafford.
Okay, guys, so he just said it. He said whatever wasn't locked from the outside, we checked it. Right? So if things were unlocked, they were checking everything. They were going all around from place to place to place to place, looking for Sebastian. Could he be here? Could he be there? I don't know why she's not in the pokey. And also, thank you guys for hitting the like button. Aw, thanks, little Miss Sharon. That's fantastic. Max was in the construction site. Yep, he's the one that was hitting on the pond, the retention ponds in the area too. So they checked all of those areas. It was that's the video. Okay, I'll go back and look at that officer. I have it. I'll have to look through. Well, actually, I just showed that one, I think, too, because I thought they took some pieces out of it. So she might. I'll go back and look at it as we're watching this. Yay! Oh, that's great. Is that a school night? Oh yeah, I don't know why. Because CP has to bicker about everything. He's always right, Oh yeah, um, it's not a school night. It's a Sunday. Yeah, school night is a Sunday. Dipshit. Sasha, just like they want to push playing flashlight tag on Sunday, yet Monday morning at 3 a.m. Yeah, no, and those kids were not out. If they were up that early, if they're out playing flashlight tag in the middle of the night, they're sleeping in the next day. I'm surprised her kids were up that early anyway, though. I will say that. The Bewitched neighbor, Gladys Kravitz, yeah, that's what he said. But I'm the same way. Like, if I see something weird in my neighborhood, I'm poking my head out the window too, Tully, I want to know what's going on, especially, gosh, that had to have been so weird. Just all of a sudden you wake up in the morning and there's a kid missing, and where is he? So, but like everybody's reviewing in the immediate vicinity of the Proudfoot residence. And I know it's kind of hard to see on this camera, but we're at 10:05 a.m. and they're all being hit. All of these houses up and down this Stafford Court are being checked and asked about. And Chris talks about in the Chronicles of Bolivia interview that all the neighbors were forthcoming with their footage. Everybody's been great, blah blah blah. And we know that they turned in footage of the flashlight video as well. And that's the only thing that we could see on any of the videos thus far that has any type of that makes any type of sense. You know what I mean? So yeah, that was the silliest, right? Exactly. The construction crew, says Diana, should have been shut down during the search. Yeah, they messed up right from the beginning of the disappearance, in my opinion. I agree with that too, Diana. I don't know why it wasn't more thoroughly checked, especially because there was those big holes and the culverts were open, those big gaping holes. I don't know why. I don't know why they wouldn't have checked that more thoroughly, especially if they really believed or they really were operating off of the assumption that Sebastian just walked off. Because without shoes on, he wouldn't have made it far at all, you know? So, yeah, and you kind of like look out for your neighbors, especially, um, yeah, you just look out for your neighbors. Um, it's bizarre, especially if there's that much, especially in a sleepy little neighborhood like that. I mean, even when I was watching Seth outside of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, there's not a whole lot going on down there, guys. I mean, it's not like a regular city where there's, you know, people hustling and bustling around, and I mean, it's busy and there's cars swimming by and blah 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 blah. No, there's nothing. It is sleepy, right? Very sleepy. Jay from Crime Time had official report from cadaver dogs hit earlier today. It stated that the dogs hit on the pond and the construction site. Yeah, yeah, and we've known that from the beginning. We've known that from the beginning, though. I don't know what report she has, but that's, I mean, I've never doubted that, Detroit. You know, and also it's right here in the dispatch. You know, I don't know about the dog diving in or he literally jumped into the retention pond. I don't know about that. But he says he did. I mean, that's what he says on the audio. So but yeah, they it sounds like from this audio too that they tracked footprints also into the area. You know, so yeah, they looked sedated on Nancy. Yeah, no potty mouths on Nancy, and they looked sedated. That's what Katie's eyes are like, so, you know, out of it, in my opinion. That's the best word I can use is out of it. So
They are reviewing their camera footage right now. And they can check contact and they have cameras checked. No, that's not.
184 volume. I got cameras checked.
Good for 1018. I'll be out at St. John Missionary, 285. Resident at 1028 Keller Lane states that he just saw a kid with a black shirt, black shorts. Had a phone in his hand coming across the construction. When he made contact with this gentleman, the subject went straight back to the woods at the top of Keller Lane. I just talked to him. He's handcuffing. Well, thank you. 12 units. When you're done with your assignment, please come back to 1008 Stafford.
okay, guys. So again, they're calling in people that are helping this. They don't know, you know, they're not getting a proper description. You know, it's a whole chaotic mess, in my opinion. At this point, they're just looking for Sebastian everywhere, right? They're calling in kids that's not Sebastian, probably one of Bobby's kids that's looking for Sebastian. They're like, nope, that's one helping. So we can kind of see how it's all chaotic. And then again, now they just called everyone out and they said, hey, finish up your assignments and then come back to 1008, right? So we can kind of see how they were going back and forth, right? That morning, collecting camera footage, going, checking everybody, calling, knocking on the doors, all of that kind of stuff. And it was a definite code red, 7:45 a.m.
2023, 24, 18, and 16, Stafford, over cameras, nothing's been recorded. Operations have started at Willow Dairy Drive, St. John House, just to secure all the way along, where the dumpsters and both toothbrushes and things in there also. So make it work.
10-4. Are you going back to Stafford Court?
Still on search, but general area. 1026, Keller Lane, no contact. 1028, made contact, nothing on their cameras. And 1030, contact, nothing on their cameras, and nothing in the treehouse behind the house.
10-4.
66, man, all houses on Keller Lane have been checked. Those woods on that side of More Hollow, we've been unable to fly through due to the distance with the drones. So those big woods that's south of the house, we have been able to shut off all properties on Dandywood Court. Have been checked. We're starting on Honeysuckle now. Yeah, that's 3293, Long Hollow Pike. Beyond the creek and checking that cave behind the house. I'm almost back to the house. Meet my partner. As far as back into the cave, as far as I could go before it got muddy, no footprints and it's collapsed. We have about 10-8.
10-4, but you're out of it, correct?
Trooper Grinder has himself and a few troopers. They're going to hit the roads outside of our immediate vicinity and just look for him walking down the roadway somewhere.
Okay, guys, so they're looking all over. Now they're kind of expanding their search out, kind of looking around the area. Is he walking down the road, right? Because again, Katie was telling them he walked out the door. He walked out the front door. There's no camera footage that suggests that, but that's what she wants us to believe, SA officers says, in my opinion, look at the cameras as to exactly when and where everyone from that family left, came home, etc., days, hours prior. Yeah, I agree with that too. The weekend is a area of focus, in my opinion. It should have been, especially because it was said they had the poker party. Also, Katie had company with Lori being there. I think that all is important. And yes, Sasha, they did. They found the mannequin standing in the woods. I mean, it's something that is kind of a tradition for the kids at the high school to dress the mannequin and put him in the that barn, and it says welcome to Shackle Island. As creepy as I think it is, I mean, if the kids enjoy it, I don't have much to say about it. I thought it was weird when I first heard about it, but then some locals came in and explained it to me, and I appreciate them for doing that. But it was weird, I was kind of like, what the heck moment too. And then, yeah, they said there was riffraff over near the tree line, the wooded area. We'll go back and listen to that part because I think it's important, so yeah, I know. I feel he might be uh in the new construction area. I mean, I've thought about that too, especially because SF is so adamant about it. But then again, I just don't believe him. But then again, I know for a fact that Seth got into those culverts and was looking. They were so big, guys, that like a bunch of us could have fit down there all together. Like, I could have even went down there with Seth and Jen and been just fine. Like, I was asking Jeff that the one night, or actually Jen and I were, she's like, "Hey Jeff, do you think that like three of us could probably get in there?" I think she even said Shauna too, because I think maybe Shauna was on our call. We were just talking about theories and stuff like that. And he's like, "Oh yeah, they were so big that like multiple people could have fit in there and walked around and looked." Like, that's how big those holes were. I mean, they were huge. So I mean, and then they put cameras down through in there too and was looking. I don't know if it was one of those ones that they run on, like the little motorized ones or what. But in this case, why ask why? It blows our minds that possibly people are choosing to look the other way and cover up, etc. Allegedly, in my opinion, corruption, etc. Oh, I believe that. I really do. Um, I absolutely do. Especially now that it's been confirmed. I don't know how many people have to, confirm it to me, but now I'm just like I know exactly what needs to be done. I don't feel bad in the slightest for calling this out. Um, Misty says, don't forget he wore diapers at his mom, so that would have to be very uncomfortable after being in it for over a day. Yeah, Misty, I understand what you're saying. I don't know though. You know what's so weird is I didn't think he looked like he was wearing a diaper or a pull up or like any type of like Depends, or you know what I mean, like for adults, because he's you know it didn't look like he was wearing anything like that, which is it. So because he got up and used the bathroom at Texas Roadhouse just fine. So I mean, I don't know, maybe that was an overnight thing though. I see what you're saying. What about CB's and M in the area at Warsham's? of the morning of in the wee hours of the morning at Warsham's. Did they not think that it was suspicious? There were too many people waiting. Diana, I know it was said that Sebastian's step grandma, right, Cruella, Chris's mom, was over at Warsham's, but that was never confirmed. So I don't know what to make of it. But I see what you're saying where, she was supposedly over there at like 5:30 a.m. just waiting, and that's a half hour before all of this, was supposed to have popped off. Also, it would have taken her a while to get there from Gallatin. So, in my opinion, it's suspicious if she was there. And there were eyewitnesses that said she was there, although it wasn't confirmed. Um, they made sure to elude home cameras as much as possible, and that's why they went through the common area dressed in dark colors, including Sebastian, a dark car with no lights on, backed out with Sebastian in it. Well, Bobby the neighbor swears that there was the car in the area that pulled onto Stafford and then backed up onto Kellen and left out. Absolutely. No doubt about it. She absolutely said that. She said that she witnessed it on the camera footage. I don't have any reason not to believe Bobby. I think she's a very credible source. Especially with what she was telling JLR. Do I think that she was trying to please everyone and probably said some things to make people happy or what they wanted to hear? Sure. But that's what the hate channels do. They actually will make you and demand that you say what they want you to say, and if you don't say it, then you're wrong, right? And they're going to attack you and do all kinds of weird stuff. They're very strange, right? It's like it's a whole other level of insane, in my opinion. And so, who knows, maybe that's what they did to her. I mean, I don't know. um but yeah, I mean, I believe her when she says that, at least when she says, yeah, there was a car um that backed onto Kellen, backed up and left out of the neighborhood. So Uh, Tiggle Bitties 89 says, so was it confirmed that Sebastian went out to play manhunt with the neighbors' kids or no? I've never heard it be confirmed ever. No, ma'am. That was never confirmed or caught on camera to the best of my knowledge. And I would think they would know that pretty, you know, early on. Somebody would have said, hey, he was out there playing, or, something like that. I heard it was flashlight tag. But again, we would see it. Um, CP has a truck and he's got the camper, like pull behind a fifth wheel, excuse me. I don't get why the police didn't seal the place, follow protocol. I know, Faye, they didn't either. They didn't, and they didn't do forensics on day one at all, to the best of my knowledge. Yeah, they were just there. I don't know, hanging out. um, I wonder if Katie's friend took Sebastian. Did they interview her? I wonder the same thing, MST. I don't know that they interviewed her. I think she was there that day, but you know, well, and they said it was really muddy, Sasha. They said it was really muddy. If KK says he walked out to the door, why she got the damn officers looking for him in the walls? I know. Well, I think they were worried that they did put him in the walls. I think they were worried about that, Sam. I do. Because they could not possibly, in my opinion, be any good at their job if they didn't already know they were being lied to. All they would have to do is go to the Strike and Spare and grab up that footage, and they would be able to see it right off the bat. You know what I'm saying? Like, they would be able to go there and be like, "Oh, they didn't bowl. oh shit. You know, I mean, that's what I would have an oh shit moment. I'd be like, this one's lying to us. Uh-oh, red flags. You know what I mean? Because why lie about something like that? Just say, hey, yeah, we were supposed to go bowling, but we didn't. We ended up playing games or whatever. Um, but the story was all screwed up from the very beginning. And they had to have been keen to that, you know. Um
301 Long Hollow Pike has been cleared. Stone House, several outbuildings have been cleared. They're unlocked if anyone wants to look. I just sent you the endangered poster. If you can put that on our social media, please. 12 to 188.
Okay, guys, and it looks like this post was recently taken down, or whenever um, Jessica Danielle had put this up. So this is Taylor Montgomery House, right? It's a historical landmark, and you know it's a historical home in the area. 3301 Long Hollow Pike has been cleared, they say, right? And this is that area. It's really cute. A lot of times you got to keep up with the historical homes. I know it's like that in Missouri anyway. Um, Anything that was unlocked, they checked, right? And this is 11:12 a.m. I just sent you the endangered poster. So at 11:12 a.m., this Amber Alert poster comes out, right? They typed it all up. They got his description, and that could have been again what some of the officers were doing while they were, you know, chilling at the Proudfoots, and the other ones were out and about. So here's the post, Hendersonville, Tennessee Police Department, right? Not Sumner County. They attached it to Hendersonville. Be on the lookout because there is a difference, by the way. Be on the lookout, endangered child alert. This content is no longer available. So it was taken down. Why? Sebastian hasn't been found. So why are you taking it down? You know, that's weird. I don't think her friend was involved anymore. Now that I heard she came back when she learned Sebastian went missing, I even think Katie might have planned on using her for something. Oh, okay. You know, I didn't know. I heard she was there that morning. Um, Now, if she was on her way home or something like that, but didn't her son have school the next day? I don't know. If he's homeschooled, then maybe he didn't have school, or maybe he did, but he's homeschooled, so it doesn't matter. It you know, it's up to them when they do the curriculum. But maybe she was on her way home and turned around, and you know, I can see that happening too, Holly. Um, all I know is it's weird that her friends, nobody came out for Katie. Not one single person came up and said, you know, except for Craddock. But, you know, nobody came up and said, you know, "Hey, Katie's a good person, you know, she's babysat for me before, or she's, you know, we have a weekly lunch, or, you know, once a month we meet up, all of us girls." Like, never, ever. That's weird to me, you know, that she had no friends like that except for Lori, but then Lori doesn't stick up for her. Because if it was my friend and, you know, but maybe Lori knows that she did it, and so that's why she's keeping her mouth shut. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of, because if it was my friend, I would be like, "No, she didn't hurt her son. Are you crazy? She'd never do that. No way." But they're quiet, all of them, every single one of them. And the only person that ever came out from Katie's side of the family was the weird aunt, Duchess, you know, with Duchess, and then Yada. And Yada had all kinds of horrible things to say about Katie. She's manipulative, she's a brat, you know, she knows how to get what she wants. And I mean, all of it was accurate what Yada said. I mean, I know she went bonkers too, but it's like I do believe what she said. And maybe I'm silly for that, but I do. I believe what she was saying about Katie. I think that, you know, Katie had a hard time of it. I think her getting bounced around back and forth, never had a good, you know, family system until she was given over, um, you know, to her aunt and uncle. And I think that that was when things were starting to look up for Katie. She got herself in the military, you know, that sort of thing. But I was thinking maybe so too, MST. Yeah, I was thinking something like that. Like he could have, but then once I realized like he didn't have any shoes on, I was like he wouldn't have gotten very far. So yeah, I agree. I was also thinking about the water too. But that was before I knew how high functioning Sebastian is, you know? Um, yeah, I don't think he was wearing a diaper. Like, you can kinda tell, and I don't mean to, like, look at him, you know, like that or anything, it's horrible. But, you know, through his jeans, you would be able to tell if he was wearing, you know, because it would be bulky, not just, you know, look regular. So, no, I don't think he was wearing it, pull up. He went to use the bathroom, so I don't think he was wearing a diaper, no, mm-mm. I think it's horrible that his stepdad took all of his underwear and said he can't wear them anymore, though. I mean, who does? That's really horrible. Sebastian was almost a grown adult and a young man in puberty, and I don't understand why they were trying to make him seem like he was smaller. Yeah, I believe that too. I don't understand why they were trying to make him look and giving the younger pictures, you know. I mean, I get that maybe like they won't look for someone who's older, or they think that if they give a younger picture out, you know, and that sort of thing, but I don't, yeah, I don't see it, you know. I think he would have maybe filled out since then too. Um, oh, they're made not to really bulge out that day. Well, and you know, we got to remember that Seth, or excuse me, Seth, oh geez, Chris wasn't home since the beginning of February. So I'm guessing that maybe, um, you know, well, I'm just guessing that maybe he wasn't wearing them anymore, you know, like because Katie did a lot of stuff that, you know, she didn't agree with Chris on when Chris wasn't there. That, you know, the dog slept with her, for example, you know, and not in the pen. Put the dogs up and go to bed, he tells her. Well, she did a big fuck you to him and, you know, middle finger and said, when you're gone, the dogs sleep with me, you know. He thought he had control, but in my opinion, I think there was a lot of things that Katie didn't agree with and wasn't implementing in the way that Chris would have wanted her to, in my opinion. Right? That's what I would have done. You know, I would have been like, okay, well, he's not here. So what's he gonna do about it? How is he gonna know any better? You know, yeah, he was made to wear diapers at his mom's. Yeah. I want to know what happened to Dog the Bounty Hunter and all this. I thought he was taking it on. I mean, as far as I know, he's still, you know, involved. I don't know what he could be doing at this point. I wish he would show up to the Gathering of Voices, Misty. Like, that would be pretty cool. Um, if Nick the Hat is still affiliated with Dog, which I'm guessing he is, I don't know what he's doing. Because he's making a fool out of things and he's causing trouble. And we're at the 2-year mark for Sebastian being missing, and he's doing nothing but trying to get clicks and views for his channel, in my opinion. So I have no idea. I just wouldn't think Dog would be down with that, you know? Um, oh, he's on TikTok battling? Really? What does that mean? Is that what where you were I've never gone live on TikTok to go biddies. I got a TikTok, but I've never gone on there, you know, in order to go live or anything. I just post videos over there. So, um but I guess isn't that where people send you gifts and like see who gets more gifts? Only reason I know that is because of Gypsy Rose's ex-husband likes to go on there and do that. And he's like, "Oh, Gypsy," you know, and then he'll be like battling whatever that one Hilton guy, Perez Hilton. He may have stopped them from coming up to their house and yard, but Chris can't stop anyone from looking anywhere else. Yeah, no, and they can't. I wish they would tell us the place to look. I'd happily look. You know, I would happily look if he wanted to give us some suggestions, but you know, yeah, it's not available, Tully. I know, isn't that weird? I mean, what the heck is going on? And then why would they? I mean, you would think they would put it in multiple locations, like not just on Hendersonville website, but um, mm, 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 mm. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh no, Detroit. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my gosh. That is scary, little Miss Sharon. Oh my goodness. Jeez. Okay, guys. Well, I think KK's mom is another person to look at. I know that she has been looked into. Um, but I don't discount her. I really don't. God only knows. Um, they are evil and demented. Um, well, that's why I was thinking to Hawkeye that maybe it was just an overnight thing, but I know they were saying, well, Seth was saying that Chris gave him all of Sebastian's underwear back and said that he doesn't wear those at his house anymore. And again, amazing restraint because I would have tripped him on the way out. No, I'm just kidding. All right, here we go, guys. Oh, I'm sorry. I muted it. Hold on. Let me just pull this back a little bit.
Long Hollow Pike has been cleared. Stone House, several outbuildings have been cleared. They're unlocked if anyone wants to look. I just sent you the Endangered poster. If you can put that on our social media, please. 12 to 188. Please. Did y'all check inside each one of those buses behind TW Hunter? 10-4, we checked them out. Okay, well, we went to 3 closest to the building. We had transfer to respond to the area of National Pike and Carrying Road. There's a juvenile in that area wearing black pants and a red t-shirt, shaking back and forth like he had autism. It was just reported to us. Outside of Long Hollow from 490 to Center Point has been checked. Can you check the field houses that are up on top of the hill by the practice field back behind TW Hunter? I don't see that anybody has tracked through there on foot. Good point. The boys and I saw any locations clear. Residents in Brown 3221 Long practice clear. And from my starting location to Shackle Island, I've walked through from Fire Creek Pad and then up to the clear. The 182 have been behind TW Hunter, all the way behind Beach, football field and baseball field, going through the fields, checking through lines, all the way to the cemetery, behind Beach Road for Street. We're still here so far, clear. So far. Up in 182, we've not made ourselves around to the front of the schools to the south school check. We're still in the back. Anyway, did you info on how to apply? 3 years. Go ahead, 3. The bus and the shed have been checked at 3220. Well, thank you. Can you and your partner stop at Willow Bend and go house to house up Willow Bend? Check all those, please. People have driven through it, but it's not like they go house to house. Yeah, but every house on Honeysuckle has been checked. People that answered the door have only seen the Ferrisman this morning, nothing else. The White House and Red Barn adjacent to TW Hunter, 2105 New York is clear. 3417 THP has joined in with myself and 517 on Willow Bend to check houses. The big holding pond has been cleared by Hendersonville Fire. They're going to rehab at Shackle Island for a bit and go to the one over by the cemetery. Field houses behind the beach, soccer field's been searched. We're going to head over to the side field house across the street from the fire hall. 106, 108, 110, 112, Willowbrook, all check, no contact with any homeowners. And none of these houses have crawl spaces. Beach football complex. Were you also searching that area? Yes, sir. Make contact with a realtor at 114. Hasn't seen, and all the rooms will be cleared. 116, made contact with that homeowner. He said he has seen that child walking in the neighborhood in past times, but not recent. The Greenfield house next to the freshman annex has been completely searched. All clear. It's got beach softball, beach football. It's the one next to the beach going church, between it and the freshman annex. It's the main football complex. Me and Marshall's back here in the back of the cemetery.
Okay, guys, so this is where they're checking the back of the cemetery. They also checked all around the football fields, the field house, the softball fields. I mean, they're checking all of those areas right in the, right in the immediate area. Hey, Magic Star, good to see you. And I agree, Holly, all it takes is one officer to join the police force that cares to turn this around. I agree. It only takes a fresh set of eyeballs and, them handing it over to people who actually want to get it solved. They don't have to be the ones to put Chris and Katie in the handcuffs. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people that won't mind doing that. But yeah, they're checking all these areas. Just wanted to show you guys.
It's got beach softball, beach football. It's the one next to the beach going church. That's one good. And the first one next is the main football complex. Me and Marshall's back here in the back of the cemetery back here. No contact with anyone in his truck is not here either. So if I could like to trying to get in her driveway in your cars, and is the key there by chance? It is, but it's locked. Okay, so she's trying to get in the driveway. We haven't made a process.
Call came in at 6:33 this morning.
Okay, so call came in. I was looking for that. I'm like, pretty soon they're going to tell us exactly what time the call came in. So the call came in at 6:33 in the morning, 6:33 a.m. They, I know as an officer, they absolutely waited a whole half hour. We'll just say a whole half hour before they reported. And then also, we have Melissa saying that they were searching since 6:30 a.m. that the family was out there searching.
Great, thank you. We just put another can on the ground at the house. See if we fix anything. We are breaking off fuel gallons for fuel.
Refuel.
The creek portions to exact along Hollow in the bridge there have all been checked.
Okay.
What's your location?
I'm in my 109 in Thornton's right now. I just got a phone call. Kid matching that description, hiding under the bridge, lower station camp behind the market. I'm en route, I'm close. Is he just somebody else on the other side of the nursery to come down? She stated that he could be on that side.
446, what was the last thing I said?
Just under the bridge. She stated that when she went down to turn around, he was
446.
Did you talk to his client? She's still on the bridge. Sure. White female, black lady, I believe, blonde hair. So 447, 446. You see any tracks that way? I'm taking the creek over the track. 446 to 447. Hold your location, please. I'm on foot now.
10-4. I know they've got the dog up there.
The helicopter's coming back to you. 158 Upper Station.
The residents say the ETA, approximately 5 minutes ago, somebody walked through that gate right below you.
Okay, guys, so they actually did have the helicopters up and running as well. And this is in the afternoon. So really just throwing all of the resources at the situation.
So there's somebody in black. Yeah.
There's a deputy at 158. I saw somebody in black on the tree line. I don't know if it's one of our guys.
Yeah, there's two law enforcement guys walking back here off the tree line. Let's go through there.
12 to 4. How long have they lived in that house?
A year. Where were we at before?
English Farm Scout. 449 to Remington. in Cambridge Farms. White male, gray t-shirt, white pants. They didn't get to see his face, kind of shaggy blonde hair.
We'll be out at Lower Station, Scarlet, and Big Station with a white male juvenile with four-wheeler in the creek.
Who checked out with the juvenile on station camera?
This is not going to be our missing juvenile. He's with his father in the creek.
I made contact with the male, the caller, and the trail called him out. It's not our subject.
Update on the search at this point, how does it compare to yesterday?
Today is what I'll describe as a redundant search. We have mapped out more search grids, sent responders out to specific grids. They search that area, they clear it, they come back, they get another search grid, and they go back out. Yesterday, we, for lack of a better term, we threw everything that we possibly could throw at this. I'll show you a picture of the map in just a moment. We absolutely obliterated covering the area where Sebastian could have walked off to. Obviously, there's a litany of things that could have happened to Sebastian, and none of them we can presume are credible or validate yet. So we're doing everything we can. Every lead that we get, we're following. If someone calls and says, "Hey, I think we saw him by the pond," we're going to the pond and checking. Nothing's off the table at this point.
Okay, and I guess the priority has it moved from a 2-perimeter search, right, 2-mile perimeter, to now how wider?
We're at about 5-mile width right now. We keep, as we clear the areas, we keep expanding. We do get calls and tips from time to time, and we take some of the teams we have here, respond to that area, and either corroborate or invalidate the tip.
Okay, great.
And we know that you guys earlier were saying that not discouraging the public from coming out. Is that still the same message now?
So right now we have enough first responders on the ground here that we can communicate with, that have the same training. They have the apps that we use to track, and there's a litany of reasons that it's important right now. There may come a time when we call on the public to come out and help us search, but right now we have plenty of first responders on scene. The best thing the public can do to help us is keep sharing it on social media. If you see something, say something. Call the Sumner County Emergency Communication Center at 615-451-3838 and check your home surveillance video. Just check. If you see something, call us. We'll come out and look. I think that's going to be what breaks the case, is somebody's home surveillance video seeing something.
Okay. And at what point are people going to be coming out and invited to come out in those searches? I know a lot of people are itching to come out to help.
They absolutely are. Sumner County is the greatest place on earth. I truly believe that. We have the absolute greatest citizens here, but we also have the best law enforcement relationships in the county. We've got people from across the state here, the TBI, Tennessee Highway Patrol, Hendersonville's here, Gallatin sent people. We have plenty of first responders. So my urge to the public right now would be to check your home videos and stay rested, because when the call comes, we'll put it out on social media, and that's when we'll need you to come.
Okay. And then did you want to speak as well before we continue? Okay, I'm going to get you mic'd up.
Okay, guys, so very different, right? Very different in the beginning. You know, Holly, I agree with you. They were absolutely, seems looking for Sebastian, doing everything they could. And then also Sheriff Craddock was utilizing social media and saying, you know, keep looking out on social media. And that has changed drastically throughout this investigation, in my opinion.
In the meantime, is when you approach this, search, is it different looking for a child than an adult?
It's definitely different looking for a child with autism. Yesterday, we consulted with someone in the first responder world who does emergency management, who also has children who are autistic, and she kind of laid it out for us, some things that I didn't understand or comprehend at first. She gave us a lot of tips and tricks. So we've had several calls from people with autistic relatives that have told us, "Hey, have you thought about this?" And listen, there's nothing off the table. I don't care how crazy it sounds. If it's going to help me find Sebastian, get him home safe to his family, I'm going to do it.
Okay, so he's assuring the news anchor, you know, anything we have to do, I want to, you know, I'm trying to get him home to his family as fast as I can. Whatever we got to do, we're going to do it. But I think a big misconception was the misinformation that was given by the Proud Feet to begin with. They can only operate off of what they know. So I hate to, you know, side with Craddock here, but I mean, he was going off of what they were telling him. as well as he was very ignorant to autism spectrum disorder. In my opinion, it wouldn't have been a lot for him to go ahead and Google it, y'all. That's just the way I think of it. There's tons of research out there. It's not like this is something new that we don't understand, or that no one, it's not like Sebastian's chromosome deletion, for example. And I don't know if that was considered in the beginning, but it should have been. But either way, just knowing that he was recently diagnosed with the autism, uh, he's absolutely admitting that he doesn't know much about it. So in that case, do some research. Thank you, little Miss Sharon, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you got a membership from little Miss Sharon, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. That's awesome. Oh, well, good. Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom got it. Oh, that's fantastic. Yay. Welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom. She's been part of the dragons for a while, though, so I'm so glad. Oh, yay. Fantastic. And thank you, little Miss Sharon.
And what are some of those considerations that go into looking for a child with autism?
Some of the things that he likes, what he's familiar with. We know that Sebastian likes cats. We were told that his favorite song was Eye of the Tiger. We tried playing that to just kind of calm him and let him know we're here to help him. I'm sure that he could see what's going on here and be intimidated, but if he sees this newscast, I want him to know, Sebastian, come out. We're here to help you. We just want to get you home safe.
And at this point, have you guys ruled out any indication of foul play?
I won't say that we've ruled out any indication of foul play, but I will say that the family has been nothing but cooperative with us. Nothing but cooperative. There's no indication of foul play at the moment.
Okay, so he says there's no indication of foul play at the moment, but you can also see him doing that million-mile stare. They call it a million-mile stare. He's kind of staring off, in the distance, and it seems to me that he's not being truthful with the media at this point, in my opinion. And he does say redundant search. Yeah. That's what makes me think that they started back again, from the same area and worked their way out. So they were, recanvassing the same areas that they did the day before. But I know what you're saying. You would think it would be more of a continuous search, says Star, or more extensive search. Redundant means unnecessary or more than needed. Was that a slip? And I think that he did use the wrong verbiage, right? Especially because I agree, redundant is something like, oh, we're doing it again, here we go again, not a big deal. Something that's unnecessary or more than needed. I get that. I don't know, but it does seem to me like they were, focusing in on the immediate area. And then again, how far could a kid get without shoes? But this is the same interview where Craddock tells us, like, his mom says that, but I'm not going to say he went barefoot, or that he is barefoot. So yeah, great catch, Star. Thank you.
How have those tips been of people coming in and offering up any information? Have you guys had any leads or any information that you can kind of share with that?
We've had several tips. One of the tips was that he was sighted off of Newman's Trail off Long Hollow Pike. We actually, when we got that tip, we sent a team out. We made contact with who they thought was Sebastian, and it was not. Again, that's a great tip. It could have been. So if somebody sees something, call us. Let us know.
And do you guys know, I know you guys were checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Okay, so he says, I'm not going to say he's barefoot. That's a famous quote that I put in the beginning of all the lives, or in my intro. Travis Decker says Tully was found after going back and researching 3 months later. It really pays to recanvass the area again. And then also, if people are watching and they think that area has already been searched, they can go ahead and move the remains or the person, right? So I do think that comes into play as well. It's something to really consider, especially because these people are watching like a hawk. They don't want to be caught. And And then all of a sudden, Weatherford passes and Eric Craddock moves into the position and takes over the case. Right? Oh, yeah. It's definitely a reason to side eye a SI officer. I agree. You know, and he may have been blackmailed or threatened. You know, that's remains to be seen, and I don't think he would ever admit to that. I mean, he won't even admit that there was threats going on with the United Cajun Navy or searchers or anyone, right? He's definitely someone who isn't always truthful. I'll just say it nicely.
And how's the family doing? Just to ask, I'm checking in with them.
Oh, I cannot imagine the struggle that the family is going through right now. I'm a dad, Director Widener's a dad. I don't know how they're handling it. I couldn't survive if something happened to my kids.
Would you be sitting at home and just...
I've had a petition going to get the FBI to take this case over. Since day 55, I saw the corruption in this county. Day 55. Now we are at 18 months and 3 days.
That's all we want to know. Where's Sebastian? What can we do different to bring him home? What can we do different to bring him home? 18 months. Can you imagine if you had a child missing for 18 months? Don't know where they're at. Don't know if they're okay.
Won't do anything about it. Shoot, the own child's mother won't do anything about it.
Please tell Seth upstate New York says, hey, stand strong. Oh, he's standing strong. Thank you so much for y'all's prayers, your support.
Appreciate it all.
Yeah, anything and everything. And, it takes us all.
Watch out.
Prayers are powerful, especially when we come into agreement.
Honk for Sebastian.
Honk for Sebastian. Thank you. Power of prayer. But we can't just sit around and hold up prayer hands. You got to do something. You can't just sit by idle. I don't think anybody would sit idle with a whole kid missing, except the people that don't care.
Honk for Sebastian.
Thank you.
Managing all of this, what's been going through your guys' mind, just kind of juggling all of these people and having people come in from outside agencies as well? I mean, what's been going through your mind?
Well, I think Director Widener said it best. Every time we debrief and talk about what we've done, we're asking, what ideas do you guys have? Because, I think I'm a pretty good law enforcement officer, but I'm not the smartest guy in the room, and I know that. So if someone's got an idea, and we've had some pretty good ideas come up, and we're gonna try everything we can. So keeping an open mind and doing anything we can to find Sebastian.
And then I also am told that he might be on medications as well due to his being on the autistic spectrum. What is that kind of looking like, and is that kind of upping the danger of the situation?
It definitely increases the volatility of the situation. The medicine was there. Obviously, we treat his autism. So how he responds to that once the medicine is out of his system is really not my expertise, but I do know that it's going to have a negative effect on him. So it definitely is increasing.
And then as people...
Okay, so again, we could just tell that he doesn't fully understand autism spectrum disorder. And again, I don't know how much training across the police stations that they get on things of that nature, right? Because it's not like they're psychologists or psychiatrists or anything like that. They're police officers. But I think it really could help out with understanding not just human nature, but people that have the different disorders, or even when it comes to mental health, right? Because we know that man was horribly beaten in his living room, who had schizoaffective disorder. So, that ignorance is not a good thing when it comes to these cases. Because then they're just operating off what the family tells them, and the family could be bullshitting them, in my opinion.
And if they see him, are they advised to move slowly or call you guys first? Or I guess what's the recommendation?
I would definitely say call us first. If you're close enough to talk to Sebastian, talk in a calm, slow voice, let him know that you're not there to hurt him, you're there to help him, and hopefully you can build a rapport with him until we can get there and bring him back to his family.
About how many...
Okay, and another thing too, guys, I don't believe that Sebastian needed someone to be like, "Hi, Sebastian." Like, I don't think he needed that. As a matter of fact, again, it just really shows ignorance in the situation, right? Yeah, the calming voice, but I don't think he needed anybody to talk to him slowly. As a matter of fact, he was highly intelligent. So
Agencies are helping with this search.
Oh, we've got at least 10 agencies here. Yesterday, and Director
Yes,
Widener.
sir. I'm Ken Widener, KENWEIDNER, Director of Sumner County Emergency Management Agency. So yesterday we had multiple agencies. We had 220 searchers on the ground, and we bring them in and they go through operations and they get assigned to search areas. So we're using a search program to track them, and they lay tracks from their cell devices, and we know where they're at, and they complete those search areas. They come back and they get reassigned, or we reassign them when they're in the field. So today we'll get a count on that, but I'd say we're over 150 searchers on the ground today, and multiple agencies, and a THP helicopter, and I'm not sure what over Metro's helicopter, TBI fixed wing, over 10 drones. We've got 12 K9 teams here, 8 mounted units yesterday, horses yesterday, and 10 here today. So we're covering as much ground as we can, and we keep expanding that search area. And we have pounded the area, the neighborhood that he went missing from, and the neighborhood adjacent, and we keep expanding that out.
Okay, guys, so I know I just made a funny. I'm not trying to, it's fine. Everybody, he's old enough to drink, but I just figured I'd make a joke there. But he said he pounded the neighborhood, right? And then the neighborhood adjacent, so that's the one right next door. I'm assuming he's talking about the construction area. So he said they searched high and low in those areas, is what he's saying, in my opinion. And so, you know, it's very odd that, and then of course Sheriff Craddock again says we're going to do a redundant search when he's asked, what are you guys planning on doing today? We know you guys did a bunch of stuff yesterday, but what are you planning on doing today? And he's like, oh, we're going to do a redundant search. So again, they're going to go back over the areas they've already looked in. And that construction area was toe up from the flow up, right? I mean, there was shit everywhere. It was muddy. It's a construction site. And so, maybe that's why they felt the need to go back over it again, Um, yeah. Magic Star says, I believe that, Holly. There was a forced narrative from KP shoving a picture in Seth's face to Sunday being a great day, even though the Texas Roadhouse footage shows a very different vibe. Oh yeah, I know. And that's the thing. I wish that we could have a little bit of audio and insight as to what was being said there. Oh gosh, I just think it would be so valuable. Star, yeah, well said. Witchy Mama, good to see you. Lady Freedom, I just had an idea. Every state has a state fair. Is there a way for every child with Amber Alert to be cycled on a billboard at them? Thousands of people would see it. Yeah, I know people were talking about that. Even back in May, they were telling the Proud Feet on Queen Bee's panel about the state fairs, to circulate the flyers there. I think it's a great idea. I think that would be something that would be really positive that we could do to get all the kids out there. And like you said, everyone would see it, or lots of people would see it. So yeah, that's a great idea. I don't know how we would coordinate doing something like that. But we still have some time before the fairs this year. So that would be something to think about. Thanks, Witchy Mama. Because the awareness is huge. I think it's one of the biggest things that we can do. Just like all the threats, I mean, we could keep going in the conflict of interest, childhood friends, heading the case. What else anyone wants to contribute? Let's make a list. Yeah, really, SI officer, we definitely could. I want to go over and pull in every single address that is listed on the dispatch audio and kind of go over what homes were checked for surveillance, which ones weren't. I find it odd that we have Chris Carr out in the neighborhood and he supposedly never turned in his footage. And when I asked his friend Lego My Diego, the dog handler, she ducked out of Jennifer Coffindaffer's chat as if I said something directly about her. So very interesting, but we'll get more into that when I show you guys those receipts.
And with the anticipation of the temperature dropping tomorrow and a chance for storms, is that going to change the search, or is it going to have any impact on his ability to survive?
We're concerned about the weather because we don't know exactly what he's dressed in, and we could have some flurries tomorrow. And the storms, so the wet, and you lose body temperature 30 times faster when you're wet than when you're dry in the air or in water. And so we're concerned about that and the chance that we could have flurries tomorrow and those dropping temperatures. So we're continuing to work with drones and FLIR, and we've actually utilized tactical teams, SWAT teams, the county ERT, and night vision that our operators have, and they've been in the field for many hours at nighttime.
Yeah, that was my next question. How do you guys operate these searches at night? I know last night it got dark pretty soon, and it's going to get dark pretty soon here today again. How does those searches go in, and how do you keep those effective?
Yeah, flashlights, FLIR, and night vision.
Yeah. I'll say we do change our tactics based on the weather. So last night we did that. Not ready yet to describe exactly how we did that because we may have to apply that again tonight or tomorrow night.
Yeah.
And then at this point, what you were kind of talking about it earlier with the body kind of going into shock with those low temperatures. And you guys have originally said 2 mile perimeter just because that's as far as usually someone will walk. But are you expecting at this point he'll be tired, exhausted, sleeping? I mean, I guess what are you kind of estimating there?
Teenagers are resilient. We're really hoping he has enough clothes on to stay warm, and we think that when he gets fatigued, he should rest. And he doesn't apparently doesn't sleep a lot at night.
Okay, so again, this is something that I'm assuming that Katie told law enforcement that he's active, Sebastian's active at night and that he doesn't sleep well at night. So he'd be sleeping more during the day. But she told everyone else that when I told him to go to bed, he went to bed, right? When I told him to go to bed, he did, right? He said, "Good night, mama." He said good night to his puppies. She never mentioned to anyone else that Sebastian had trouble sleeping. And then also, Nero V, thank you for your comments. Because yes, I believe that, if he was taking a sleep medication or something to help him with that, which Katie never mentions either about anything, and then when it is asked about, it's HIPAA violation, which is not a HIPAA violation. By the way, he didn't have the meds at his dad's for ADHD. Don't know if he was on risperidone. That's one I heard about, but that will make you very drowsy. Doesn't require a withdrawal regimen, to be honest. Right. And I think anytime you stop, or you cease medications, I would say that would be more detrimental than, especially if you're used to taking them, that could cause an issue. But yeah, there's nothing specific to treat autism. It's helped along with therapies and things like that. But then also a routine is huge, right? We heard from the expert. That's what they were telling us, that when people have a good environment, they're going to do better with it. That makes a whole world of difference, as well as that routine. But the medications were part of his routine. And one of the autism experts had come out on the news and said that very thing, right? That the medications, when they're not being taken, it's part of what they're used to. And so that will throw them off, right? A person with autism spectrum disorder, that is not, just Sebastian, right? So they were talking generally. It's very hard to pinpoint, though, especially with people who are on the spectrum, because everyone is different. We're all individuals as it is. But the same thing goes for the spectrum disorder. And because it's a spectrum, that means it's not just a cookie cutter, thing that not a cookie cutter way of looking at it. We have to look at the individual person. That's where his family would come in to give us the best knowledge, but they were giving confusing and conflicting statements and information about Sebastian, acting like he, was younger than he is. Autism does not require medication per se. It's not an illness, it's a disorder, cannot change different abilities or how the brain processes, often unique and skillful ways, right? I.e., numbers, art, etc. Yeah, and I think that's the biggest thing that they should have looked into as well. And I know that they were trying at least to, figure it out. But I think that in hindsight, which is always 2020, right? It would have been more beneficial to actually get more information about Sebastian's individual struggles with autism than to go ahead and consult an expert, or someone else with autism or another parent, because the best information would have come from his parents, from Mr. Seth Rogers, right? Because he is a very involved parent, and then Katie, right? Stepfoot, though, said he was on and off the phone with law enforcement as he was all day and as he was driving home from Memphis, from the St. Jude project. So, you know, hello, NorCal SoGal. So good to see you. Thank you for being here. I believe they were getting sleeping pills to Sebastian. I think they might have been too. I really do. I think that's probably true, Faye. And then in the same tone, I mean, they were saying that he was up all night, but that's what the news had even reported on. And that's not what Katie was telling everybody else. I just don't understand why they weren't upset with Katie for lying to them. I would have been. Right? I mean, they're making fools of these two, and these two, I mean, I don't see that they're fools. I mean, they're law enforcement officers, so why aren't they upset with the proud feet? You know? Now, KP and CP could have done with some medications for their behaviors. I agree. I agree. Ah, that's so cool. Oh my goodness, Jason Aldean, how cool. NorCal SoGal, that's so awesome. Going honky tonkin'. Oh, that's so fun. Oh, I'm glad that you guys had a blast. That's wonderful. Well, and they could have been self-medicating. Yeah, KJ Mac. And who knows what kind of, what happened with the green hoodie? Who knows what was passed over from that interaction? Makes you wonder. Seth said he gave Sebastian sleepy time tea at bedtime, allegedly. Yeah, he did, Diana. I heard that too. I remember Seth saying that. And he said he tried to go the more natural route, right? And then again, also with Sebastian having such a full day that day, you would think he would be ready, to hit the hay. And also, where was the wind down period, right? And I know that's typical for littler kids, maybe not so much for teenagers, but maybe Sebastian could have used that as well. I know that I need to wind down from things. When I get off my live, sometimes I am just like wired for sound and I'm like, oh my gosh, sometimes I'm exhausted. But it just depends. But that wind down, a hot bath, a hot shower, just anything, getting ready for school, making sure that everything's prepared. But instead, we have Katie talking about how they do that all in the morning, right? All fit it all into an hour. Wake up at 6 and then do you want to take your lunch? Do you want to eat it at school? Do you want to do that? I mean, it was just like madness, for a person on the spectrum, that's not good. They don't do well in that environment. And Katie should damn well know that by now.
And he's more active at night and is, probably sleeps a little more in the day. So we hope he's laying down and resting and we just want to, we don't want him to outwalk the search and the ground that he can cover on foot. we're working with that, and we're putting that into consideration when we create the areas of research.
Who's helping out with the aerial searches as well?
There's multiple agencies. TBI's helped, Metro Nashville's helped, Tennessee Highway Patrol's helped, our drone team, North Star has helped. Wilson County is going to come help with some aerial coverage. The Sumner County Emergency Management drone team has been phenomenal. There's really no limit. If there's a resource out there that can help us, we've called and we've asked for it.
Pretty much every agency in the county, and then counties from across the state, quite honestly. And with the plea, and I think I heard Chief talking about that earlier. We have a lot of people wanting to volunteer, and we are really looking to put trained personnel on the ground that are familiar with search and operations and have the ability to perform limited rescue operations. And we've got teams on standby if we have a rescue situation. And so there's a lot that goes into that, and we can track these personnel a lot easier. So.
Are divers still on scene as well? Do you know?
They're on standby.
Is there anything else that you guys want to add that I've noticed here?
Continue to share the social media page. If you see something, say something. Check your home surveillance video. Those are really the huge things that the public can do to help us right now find Sebastian.
So we had a child a lady walk up today with a child who's autistic. They're from Watertown, and the little boy wanted to tell us where he thought Sebastian could be, and he told me very forthright where he thought he would go if he were lost. That he would go towards creeks, and he would go behind buildings, and the different things that he would do. And he told his mom this morning that he wanted to come up here and tell us where he thought Sebastian might be.
Guys, if you guys are close by, an hour away, Kentucky, even Alabama, if you're in northern Alabama, that's not that far of a drive. It's really not.
Okay, guys. So, that was a really cute story about, a little boy that was saying, hey, I could tell you how to find him. I have autism. And I just thought that was so sweet. I don't know if that was something that, Ken Widener made up for the cameras. I don't know. I don't know how to trust these people or what. But, I will say that was really sweet. And I could definitely see a child doing that. I know there was a lot of children in the area that were very much worried about Sebastian's disappearance. And when you're a little kid and you hear something like that, it's scary as hell, isn't it? I think we all could probably remember when we started becoming aware that people, went missing and stuff like that. Somebody mentioned unsolved mysteries earlier, and, it reminds me of that too. It used to scare the crap out of me. What do you mean somebody just went missing? What do you mean a lady was taken? That sort of thing. But it really makes me wonder, and I hope that if Ken Widener or Eric Craddock see this, I know they don't care what their constituents think, but I wonder what that little boy thinks or how he feels about the police not finding Sebastian after 2 years. Do you think that little boy who went up to Ken Widener and was giving him advice, do you think that little boy has forgotten about Sebastian? Because I don't think he has. So why did they forget about him? And how do you think that little boy feels knowing that these, so-called or supposed to be heroes haven't found Sebastian yet? And now that they've given up, it's not a good look. Not a good look at all. And if you think children aren't going to be keen to that, think again. And I would debate anyone, anytime, any place, any day for that one, because kids are very intuitive and they know. And Brenda, I don't know about the green hoodie. I will tell you, I have no idea who they are. Law enforcement says that they're a female. I don't know if they're male or female. I really don't. So it's not been confirmed, So I think there's a major conflict of interest, Faye. I do. So yeah, we need more resources we just need people to take over. At this point, if you're not going to look for them, why not take it off your plate? Or are you just going to sit there and hold on to the case for dear life, right? But I really do. I wonder what that little boy thinks or feels about the fact that the police have not found Sebastian yet.
If you guys are close by, an hour away, Kentucky, even Alabama, if you're in northern Alabama, that's not that far of a drive.
It's really not. Come on.
It's
I'll
not.
be here tomorrow.
If you're local to Sumner County, you should definitely be out here. Put some sunglasses on, put a hat on if you're scared. You know, they can't do anything because you're out here holding up a sign. We're being peaceful. Yeah, like Seth said, there's no permit to protest.
Across the street from them. Now, if they do come out that, they look out that window every time somebody rings that bell. They've gotten to the point that they're looking out the window to make sure it's not me. Because they won't let me in. That's how you can tell he's scared and he's coward.
The people in the area are scared.
Vastly different, right, guys? Vastly different than Sheriff Craddock understanding how the parents must feel. I'm a dad, you know, Widener's a dad. We don't know what we couldn't function without our child. What about that, Craddock? Right? But it's okay to let Seth suffer. Yeah, there's something really wrong. Really, really wrong. United Cajun Navy, anyone who deliberately impedes the investigation and search for Sebastian Rogers will automatically be considered a person of interest, especially when we know those individuals have extensive criminal records. We are finalizing some intel that we will be turning over to law enforcement, and then we will begin the process of exposing those who have actively tried to stop this search. These people are dangerous criminals, and the good people in and around Sumner County have a right to know about the evil embedded in their community. And I could never say it better. I could never say it better because I've been to Sumner County and I've met the fine people that he's referring to. This is far from our first rodeo. We are honored to have been embraced by prominent members of this community, law enforcement, and elected officials. Just because of a handful of mentally ill people who have too much free time and they get emboldened by online keyboard warriors does not mean we will ever stray from our mission. We cannot be scared. We cannot be intimidated. We cannot be told where to go or when to leave. We have plenty of these violent types slapped with restraining orders, thrown in jail, fired from their jobs, and many other consequences. This is an official statement. To those who threatened, attacked, and threatened to attack, we have your voices recorded. We have you on surveillance videos. We have your vehicle information. We have your full arrest records. We will soon learn what happened, you will soon learn what happens when attacking the real Cajun Navy becomes more important to you than finding a missing child, right? So obviously this was all turned over to law enforcement, right? But nothing was done about it, and it was also denied. This was posted, let me see if I can't get an exact date for you guys. I will, because I know it says 59 minutes ago. I hate that. I mean, we need to get things documented, especially when people feel like they can, again, keyboard warriors, you know, can just post whatever they want. But they were scared off. They will not do any further searches, guys, until they do a security analysis, which is sad. But what information did they get? They got people on video, and they also got their voices on recording that they were threatening via voice recording. I'd love to know more about that.
I think a lot of people in the area are scared because of retaliation. I mean, there's a lot of corruption, in my opinion. This is your community. If you're local, you should be here. It could be your child.
It's an attorney.
Sorry, I'm not very good at this. I don't usually stream. I usually watch you guys stream. So I'm trying.
It's fine. I mean, you're doing more than the sheriff is.
Well, that's sad. That's really sad. I pray the same thing every day.
On for Sebastian.
But there is a child missing, and he's not doing anything about it. And that's why we need people to come out here and support Seth for Sebastian so that they can hand it over to somebody more experienced.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Passion matters.
Thank you. You know, because this could be your child one day that's missing. So you should be out here supporting your community.
On for Sebastian.
On for Sebastian.
I guess somebody posted a flyer about something on February 26th coming up this year. Betty might be here for something. Who knows?
I wish they would put half that energy into something legitimately productive to help.
Yeah, standing outside a sheriff's office with a microphone is not going to do anything.
Thank you, Forget Me Not. Yep, and tell us where to look. Tell us where to look for them. Come on, Chris and Katie. You guys like to run your mouths all the time. Tell us where. I'll go look. Even if you don't remember exactly where, right? Go ahead, tell us. I guarantee you that'll never happen. Just like Green Hoodie, I don't believe it either. Cinderella, I do not. I do not. You know, and MST, there was so much confusion around that. So Forget Me Not says March 29th, 2024. And I'm gonna make a note of that as well, because I'm not done talking about the United Cajun Navy. I just wanted to dial it back, and I wanted to paint this picture, because after all of this being documented and everyone reminded about all of this, I would imagine that it would be something that you all cannot unsee and you can't forget about it. Because that's the problem, is that our memories can be short, right? So I think people need to be reminded about this. I think everyone needs to understand that it's not just that Seth wants to cause trouble, or it's not like he doesn't have anything better to do than stand outside with a microphone. You corny motherfuckers. Sorry. But really, it's not that. It's the fact that every single attempt at finding Sebastian from reputable people, it's not like we had a bunch of gangsters come into town to shake things up in Sumner County and oh my God, they're going to ruin our town. No, it's not about that. This is the United Cajun Navy that finds people all the time. If they're left to do their job, maybe Sebastian would be found by now. But they weren't. They were getting phone calls. They were getting threatened in person. Obviously, if they had surveillance of people on camera, right? And it was all due to who? Chris and Katie, Mrs. Cornball, and Mr. Cornball, in my opinion. You know? Security, we got the devil's lettuce over here. That'll get their attention. Teen boy, no. I know, exactly. I mean, that's it too, NorCal SoCal. That's what it is. You know, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So I think that it's really, really sad that we have, like I said, reputable people that are coming in, and anybody that has been reputable that has come in has not been treated nicely, in my opinion, has not been treated fairly, and they're run out of town, right? As if they did something wrong. And like I said, if it was some kind of like situation where people were you know, thugs or something like that, yeah, I could see that. Or if they were causing trouble, if they were looting stores, you know, for instance, right? I'm trying to think of, you know, something that could do a good example, but I have none, because all they're simply doing is trying to find Sebastian. That's all. They don't have any other reason to be there. And just like Seth doesn't have any other reason to stand outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, it's because they haven't done anything. They promised that they were going to do something and they didn't. So they also said those lights moving independently of one another were the trash truck. Yes, it's very hard to take anything they say at face value. I agree with that, Star. Um, and who are they covering up for? Because I would be really upset if I was them and I was lied to in the first couple hours, right? Um, and they are allowed to lie. They are, Hawkeye, and I understand that. It's okay. Um, it doesn't make me mad. But because I know that there could be reasons, good reasons behind it, right? But then when they use it to their advantage, it's not a good thing in my opinion. I think they should put them in a jail cell and charge them with child abuse and neglect and then see if they talk. That's the best thing I can come up with, little Miss Sharon. And charge them with that. If you can't get them for what Sebastian's disappearance, in my opinion, what they did to Sebastian, then put him in jail for what we know they did to him, because we know they did plenty. That's the hardest part for me. Yeah, what in the actual fuck, Katie? Come on. How should we be more productive? Give me a break. You stink. I know. I know. And that's the thing. She thinks that it's perfectly all right. That one was for you, IML. The corn. They do nothing but eat corn, right? Exactly. Pills and corn. These corny little shits over here. Yeah. No, I'm not all right with it. There's just it just all stinks, you know? The arrogance in her voice is so narcissistic in my opinion. It is. It is. And, hey Katie, if you're going to say that, why don't you show yourself on camera so we can at least get your body language, right? So we can at least get your micro expressions. But no, she hides behind Chris and, her panel of losers in my opinion. Let's play cornhole. That's funny. I guess everyone should be doing what KP isn't. Oh, wait, they are. I know. That's what we've been doing. I mean, I don't know what else to do besides spread awareness at this point, and then to go over all of this stuff with a fine tooth comb, because a lot of it, um, it just doesn't make sense to me. And I will say also, I wanted to go back to the riffraff. Let me go back to the riffraff. No, not Chris Carr. Not Chris Carr. He's riffraff too, in my opinion. But I want to go back to the statement about the riffraff. Literally dove in. I think that was after that. Sorry, guys. Brandon Carter, Katie. I don't know why he walked out the door. Katie talking about, oh, not that riffraff. No, it was actually, okay, it had to have been in the beginning. Okay, hold on. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. Oh, I guess it was after that. I listened to it a few times. I wanted to make sure that I had a good understanding of kind of the day's events. Was it before this? No. That's right, because I replayed that part. Okay. Courtesy of Jessica Danielle. All right, hold on. Oh, I think it's right after this. No, literally dove in. Hmm. I guess it was after that part. Okay, sorry guys. I thought I knew it was where it was in the beginning, but I guess it was after the bowling stuff. Let's see. I thought it was in the morning more so. But maybe it was in the afternoon. I thought it was more by the mannequin stuff. And I was going to show you that mannequin. No, it's got to be earlier than this. Let me go back. Sorry, guys. This is taking longer than I thought. I thought it was right around the time they spotted the mannequin because they were like, oh, there's someone over by the pond. And over by the mannequin part, or maybe before Chris and Katie talked about that. There it is. I just kept on missing it. All right, hold on. Let me take a look and see. Do we have a picture yet? So they still haven't had, they still didn't get a picture. There it is. Okay. So they say in here where the riffraff is, question mark, right? Is where the trees are. So here we go. I'm gonna just like go just a little bit backwards there. Oh, turn my sound on.
He literally dug into it. Next lady straight to his head. He dashed into the river. Got reaching, branch around it. There's a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way on the truck that he was running. Do we have a picture yet? That's some good. Where was that heat signature at? Where the riprap is, where the trees are. 25 feet maybe out in the middle. Hey guys.
Okay, guys. So again, I'll just read that.
He dashed into the river. Got reaching, you branch around it.
Do you see any footprints?
There's a few footprints in some of
There's a few footprints in some of the softer dirt headed straight this way.
Softer dirt headed straight this way on the truck that he was running.
On the track that he was running. They're talking about the dog.
Do we have a picture?
7:59. Do we have a picture yet? So they had no idea who they were searching for the first hour. Right? And a half, maybe. Hour and 15 minutes. Hello, Kylie's Nail Candy. Good to see ya.
Yet. That's some good. Where was that heat signature at?
Where was that heat signature at? That was 8:02 a.m.
Where the riffraff is.
Where the riffraff is.
Where the trees are.
Where the trees are.
25 feet maybe out.
25 feet maybe. I'm in for the middle.
For the middle. Hey guys.
And I want to go back over that. Let me go ahead and listen because I don't know that sometimes the closed captioning doesn't exactly align. I think the planning could have been done at the poker night too, Hawkeye. Yeah, I wish I would have pressed a little bit more for a little bit more information on that, but I didn't. I'm absolutely 100% serious. I bet Sumner County Sheriff's Office would be more apt to arrest for some devil's lettuce than someone who hid or did any or did away with their own kid here in Hendersonville. And I don't understand that. I don't know why, especially because they scheduled it, they've changed the scheduling for it. I know it's like super illegal in Florida too, but no, they said riffraff. They did. They said riffraff. CC, I'll play it again. I know. Isn't that crazy though? Because so like who was hanging out over there? The riffraff, you know?
Do we have a picture yet? Where was that heat signature at?
Okay, so they're asking for a picture 7:49, but this is this is the next part of the audio and it's 8:02.
Where the riffraff is. Well,
The heat signature is where the riffraff is.
25 feet, maybe out in the middle. Hey guys, the construction center. Do we have a picture yet? Where was that heat signature at? Where the riffraff is. Well, where the trees are. 25 feet, maybe out in the middle. Hey guys, the construction zone, there's another pond. There's somebody standing in the woods. It looks like a person. It is a person we know, but there's another pond. He's standing back there by himself. Past the construction zone.
All right. And bless these guys' hearts. They're like, there's a person standing back there. It's the mannequin. So, but yeah, bring on the riffraff, right? NorCal, SoCal. It's funny. I know. And I think they're referring to the homeless people, Magic Star. I think so. Because I mean, they'll set up tent cities in little areas. Even in Springfield, Missouri, they had one right by the highway. There was a wooded area. There was a bunch of, restaurants and stuff like that. It's so sad, but like that people could dumpster dive in and stuff. And so they were like set up in that little area. The buses ran over there, so like they were close to the bus stops. And then there was also a bus that would take people up by Oklahoma so they can gamble. I mean, they were set up, right? I mean, not to say that they have extra money to gamble with, but I mean, some people decide to live like that, NorCal says I identify as riffraff. That's too funny. Well, I wish they would have been more specific because that's the only reason. Because after a while, I was thinking, okay, well, if people were like in the cemetery, was it young kids? But maybe it was this riffraff crowd they're talking about. I never heard the riffraff thing. I don't know if you guys ever heard that before. I've never heard this audio in its entirety before, and I was like, when I found it, I'm like, holy cow, that's another reason I didn't come on Sunday, because I was like, wow, I was down the rabbit holes. And actually, as a matter of fact, what I need to be doing right now is making sure that I get this person, Jessica Danielle. She put this video out, which was really, really good. Commentary, deep diver, business inquiries. So yeah, I appreciate her very much. Sebastian Rogers timeline, the first 11 hours. And she had 11,000 views on that video, guys. Well done. And just the hard work that had to have gone into that. Definitely amazing, in my opinion. Really appreciate it. I'm sorry I didn't see this before. So I know that I'm a teeny tiny channel, but go sub up, please. Maybe she'll get some peeps from this. And I really appreciate the content and the hard work behind it. Lady, there is just so little information about the poker night. It's almost like it obviously been swept under the rug. I know, Hawkeye, and that's the worst part about it. I wish there was someone that would come forward, I know. That's what I was thinking. Well, see, I said that earlier too, NorCal SoCal. I was like, I was physically in the area and I never would have thought that they would have like a whole bunch of homeless people. I mean, it's just such a nice area. It's like, and also there's not a bunch of stuff, right? that is accessible, because you got to think, if people don't have resources, they got to be close to some resources. I mean, unless they're like, survivalists and stuff, then those people, she says, girl, I know. And that's why I was like, I can't believe this, those vapes. Oh Lord, how many nose vapes did Crabtree take while he was in the woods with his straw? I don't know. I don't know. I am not sure. He, I definitely got one of them sent to me, and his nose vapes. Oh, that cracks me up. This reminds me of Josh when he reviews Crabtree. Straight to the dome and straight to the throat. Okay, that's too funny. No, I hope for the best for that guy. I hope he gets away from. I will say one thing about Crabtree is I did work with another family member, um, who had a missing loved one, and they said that Crabtree was very nice to them. So I'll just say that. Um, but the fuckery is the problem. In my opinion, the fuckery needs to go. And don't give a crap about what other people think of you. Do the right thing because it's right, not because I don't know. Anyway, that's my thoughts. NorCal SoCal goes, girl, I'm from years in San Francisco, and they definitely have a homeless, yeah, druggy riffraff there. Yeah, but I mean, is that why maybe they have like, I was thinking about the area around the Texas Roadhouse, like all the shopping and everything is fenced in. Is it because they're trying to keep riffraff out? Like I said, I've never heard this riffraff stuff. And I love hearing things in its truest entire form, you know. So I like I said, I'm so grateful to have had this to listen to it. But that's what I was thinking too. You Googled riffraff. Magic Star says I Googled riffraff, y'all. Because why not? The first result was a rapper, but also slang for people of low social class. Aw. Well, I could see them hanging out in the woods, maybe. Poker night, yeah, no evidentiary value. I know. Sam, I'm wondering that myself. Was Craddock at the poker game? I don't know. I would hope not. He's got like a very pretty successful wife and kids. I don't know why he would be with the like talk about riffraff. I don't know why he would be with the riffraff. Then again, these people are riffraff, but they're high class riffraff. They're riffraff with money. I don't know. Oh, okay. Rubbish. I love rubbish. Historically, it also referred to rubbish or trash, things of no value. Aw. I hate to think that the people were talking about people that way, or police were. Hey, Sleuth and Sandal says, close to the church. Yeah, it is close to the church. That's right. That's true. And there's like a little bit of stuff around there, but it's also pretty spread out. But definitely close to the church. Don't don't ever pull out a cigarette in San Francisco. Suddenly you have at least 3 people trying to burn smokes off or bum smokes off you. True story. It's like that in Chicago too. Yeah, I brought my friend to Chicago from Missouri, and he's so nice. And I was like, you can't give everybody a cigarette, you'll have none left, and they're like $20 a pack here. But yeah, people were like, oh, can I bum one? Can I bum one? He's like, oh, sure. But no, I was like, because they come out of the woodwork. You won't even see a person from a mile away, and all of a sudden you light up a cigarette, boy. That's like right on you. Um, Riffraff is large rocks used as cheap way to create a barrier, usually down near steep culverts. Oh, okay. That's rip. Is it riff? Blah. Is it rip raff or or was that a typo, CC? Hey, couponing. Hey, Super Sleuth. Good to see ya. Sending an officer to White House school to see if Sebastian was there, not their first time or knowledge of what goes on behind closed doors. Well, they were saying when he gets in trouble, he wants to go to White House, like the old house he lived on or lived in. And I did Google that, but I figured I wouldn't, add it to the video. But it's just kind of like I think it's like a 3-2 or um, little house. I mean, it's you know, the house they had was the house that they bought on Stafford Court was bigger than what they needed in my opinion. I don't know why they needed all that space. So yeah, they're all riffraff. They are. In my opinion, if you guys wanted to crack this, then find out who was at the poker game. I don't bet, but Chris, but I bet Chris was. Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he was there. Rosebud says, right, one of the officers said mom told when he's upset he likes to go back to White House. He has run off before, or was that just another story? Well, and that's another thing too. I heard that Sebastian had run away and was, well, seen in the neighborhood. I remember hearing that, right? But then someone came out and said, "Oh no, that wasn't Sebastian. That was someone else. That was a misprint or a misstatement." Type of a thing. But I just don't know for sure. And then again too, Sebastian, she says he never walked off or ran away before. He's not a runner, but then again, you just don't know. Um, anyone know has Cooterfoot been seen driving his truck? I haven't. No, I thought someone sent a video to Mob Crew and he was driving Katie's van. I don't know when that was from though. Um, but yeah, he was driving Katie's. It's not really a term that's used in a code. They would speak normal. However, riffraff can refer to vagrants, troublemakers. That's what I was thinking, SI officer. Yeah. I mean, I don't know what they would have to do in the cemetery 2 nights in a row, but it definitely made me think of that if it was over near there or if there was homeless camps set up over there. But even off of Stop 30 Road, there was a homeless camp that Silvers had found, you know? Oh, hey, Sheriff Snuggle Struggle. What what do you think about the devil's lettuce compared to nose candy or mathematicians? Just curious. Also, parental abusers. Mathematicians. That always makes me laugh when you guys say that. Hooterfoot. Oh my gosh. Yeah, criminal elements, etc. That's what I think. When I think riffraff, that's what I think of, just someone who is, an unsavory character, for instance. Hey, Crazy Bird, good to see you. So, yeah. Well, the elites give them that name. Guys, it's me or is it just me or when it comes to these cases, they use that most ambiguous words like say what just say what you're meaning. Well, I wish they would have elaborated. Like I wish they would have been like, "Oh, that's the homeless camp over there down by the church," or you know what I'm saying? Like I agree they need to elaborate. We need some better ideas of, who's in the neighborhood, in the area cuz like, NorCal SoCal was saying I'm like, "Wait, that doesn't seem like an area that would be, fraught with unsavory characters." I mean, again, it just looks like a nice place to raise a family and stuff. And especially like by the school, you would think if law enforcement was aware of riffraff and vagrants and odd, goings on and people near the school, because it's not just the high school. There's, TW Hunter over there as well. Sorry if I said that wrong, but the middle school. So it's like littler kids and stuff. And I would think that they wouldn't want that quote unquote, riffraff around the school. So wouldn't they, shoo them out? Um, yeah, the pineapple parties, exactly. Ew, grody. Ugh. And that's something they continue to, make light of, and I don't know. That's gross. I can't even imagine anybody that would want to have a pineapple party with Chris or Katie, no offense. But Rip Rip Rap, is that Rocky Horror, the Rocky Horror Picture Show? Yeah, Stop 30. Yeah, right off of Stop 30 Road. The truck he didn't know the year of. Yeah, exactly. What guy doesn't know the make, model, and color and year and all of the details about his truck? Oh, please. Even if it's nothing to be proud of, all guys know that, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. But, I'm not a guy, but most guys that I know, they'll tell you everything there is to know about their truck. And they're proud to do it. Has anyone looked at the truck? Doesn't it look like he had a darker truck and one of the blue tint before? I have to look again. I'd have to look again at that too. Yeah, I would. I would have to look again. I'm not sure. God only knows. I swear they changed campers. SI officer, I wish I had a little bit more details on that as well. I think maybe Hindsight did a video on that, come to think of it. Aw, thank you, Cheryl, for inviting everybody in and welcoming everyone in. The fact he knew that damn cameras on the highway, yep, were out and how long they were and how many there were, right, Sam? He knows where all the cameras are. I know, exactly. Yep. And he goes, and if that was me, I'd haul ass down this street and whatnot. Oh gosh. Have you all talked about the bull crap SF put out about the construction area again? No, I haven't, Crazy Bird. I haven't. I might though, because I got a statement that he wrote about the United Cajun Navy. That I want to share with you guys as well. Like I said, I'm just wanting to paint this picture and I want to put it in smaller doses. I said I was going to put it in small doses, but then again, I got this audio and I was like, well, it's 20 minutes. So basically we're on day 2, right? Of kind of getting, a timeline built out. Because we just know so much more now than we did, so I think it would be valuable to go over it. And if there's anything anybody can think of, or anything you guys want to send me from that time period in this first week, go ahead and send it to my email. And I'll be checking that too. Don't leave it up to the public interpretation, dude. That's where the speculation comes in. That's the problem, Sam. If they were just to be honest and forthright, um, chlamydia and fetus. That's hilarious. I'm sure they like it, but again, who would want to participate? Like if I saw them show up, I'd take my key out of the what do they do? Put a key in the freaking jar? I've heard of that anyway. I'd take my key out of the jar. Nope, never mind. Don't want to be a part of this. Pineapple party. NorCal SoCal says, I'm probably drawing too much attention, but should I really be concerned? There's a whole missing boy from here that Ellie doesn't seem too concerned about or letting the neighbors know. I know. And that's the thing. I'm so worried about what the kids in the neighborhood might think, especially the ones that were coming out and trying to help. That is the sweetest thing I've ever heard. And I don't know if Ken Widener was just trying to give a heartfelt story to the news, something to run with. You know how that goes. I mean, it's not his first rodeo. He's been doing it for 40 some years, so he might have just said, hey, let me give him something good to talk about, right? And then we'll go do our job over here and get this pesky news crew out of our face. But in the same way, if that is true, I can't imagine what that little guy's thinking. I can't imagine some of the questions his mother's been faced with. And it's extremely sad. Everyone knows the year at least of their Ford, Chevy, or whatever. Exactly. Exactly. I agree. I think they might have, Hawkeye. I think they might have, you know? So yeah. I mean, it's a it's a high probability in my opinion. I think everything was premeditated, Faye. And I did jump to that conclusion early on, but there's been nothing that has made me think otherwise. I would it would be ideal to think, okay, maybe there was some sort of an accident and they didn't mean to, and now they're scared and they covered it up and blah blah blah. But I just don't see that right now. Um, you know, It certainly did look that way to me, is that the RV was swapped, and they would have had perfect opportunities to do so, in my opinion, you know. So yes, I can't wait, NorCal SoGal. I'm so excited. I am so very excited. Aw, thank you, couponing. I know, Sky officer, that's me. The fact that Lady Freedom had her key halfway until the riffraff came in. I would have had the key in there, right? It would have been like, okay, sure, why not? Never mind, not with these ones. No, I'm just kidding. That's too funny. Um, I don't know. It seems like there's deeper connections going on. Um, and as we go on, time will tell. I mean, I hate to use a cliche at a time like this, but I really think that, um, things are going to come out. And especially if people are like all of a sudden giving footage, oh, look at this, look at this. I mean, it's only a matter of time until more people do that, I would imagine. But then again, that's I'm expecting people to do the right thing, so I can't. I have to manage my expectations. um but I love you guys all so very, very much. I appreciate you all going over this with me. I appreciate you guys caring about Sebastian as much as you guys do. And we're just going to keep trucking along. So we're going to talk more about the United Cajun Navy. Hey, Victoria, good to see you. We're going to talk more about what could have happened to Sebastian Rogers, even though we really don't know how he got out of the house, right? Or if he made it home. I think that we need to continue to just revisit some of these more factual details. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Kylie. I think we do. I think we need to go over the more factual details of the case, because there's been so much that it's like overwhelming, right? Like just all the information that has been put out there. Um, you know, let's start over again. And I know we were going to do that with the interviews and stuff, but I think some of this other information that I've come to find is equally important, and we haven't gone over that yet, which we've done the interviews before. So, let's do that. So, wonder if it would be affected the public's perspective on the family. I mean, I think the public was already side-eyeing the family hard, Sam. Sam says, I would like to know why they didn't publicly state, or maybe they did. Maybe I'm tripping, but they never made it clear to the public that they did thermal imaging in the walls. Why not? They didn't. They only said that to the PIs, to the best of my knowledge. Aw, thank you, little Miss Sharon. That's the only thing I knew about was that. And it is, I think it would, I'm sorry, I read your comments backwards. I think it would have absolutely affected the public perception. And I think that Eric Craddock was, playing spokesperson for the family. Same thing with Ken Widener. They talked about the parents. Well, what about Seth? You know? So I'm a girl and I go underneath the hood of my car and put fluids, etc. And I know my car, year, make, model, that stupid CP. True, that's true, IML. Because yeah, if you go and get oil and stuff, you have to know that, right? Or when you register your vehicle or any of that. Hell, when you go to a hotel, we used to ask people for the make, model, and color of their vehicle and their tag number, and they'd have to write it down for us. So in case we had to call the room and say, hey, and one time we had a lady who checked in, and the police came looking for her. And they were like, do you have anybody with this vehicle description? And we went through all the reservations and we realized that we did. And they went and knocked on her door and grabbed her up. So that was interesting. But I mean, yeah, even things like that, you're so right. That is such a good example of that, though. Maintenance. Lady says, like, lady, can we focus on the poker night, please? It's almost like everyone has blinders on, and I can't see the obvious. Hawkeye, let me see if I can find more info. I thought Justin did a live. Didn't Clutch Them Pearls do a live um about it with Terry Lynn? I don't know if it's still up. He doesn't usually delete stuff. Um so I wonder, unless there was something that wasn't factual, I could see him doing that because he likes receipts. We're a lot alike on that in that way, where it's like we're not gonna say allegedly, in my opinion, all the time. We're gonna give you guys some, meat and potatoes to it, um, and back up what we're saying. So let me see if I can't find that. I'll have to go through and wasn't it I wanna say it was like around the summertime that she was up there. Um Let me take a look and see. Oh, thank you, Victorium. That's so sweet of you. Thank you. Or Victoria M. I'm sorry. Victoria M. Thank you for the coffee. Oh, that's so awesome. I'm going to put it towards the trip for, um, oh gosh, I almost said Pig Fest, for the Gathering of Voices. But I will get a coffee. I drink a lot of coffee because I'm going to drive. But yeah, thank you so much. That's so sweet. I really appreciate you for the super chat. You have to know the details of your own car for registration and insurance, right? Unless Stepfoot and Katie do all of that. Was she the real brains of the duo? I mean, I think she is. I think, but then again, there's a lot of things that make me think they're just so in it together. I think it was on Friday. Yep, I think it was on Friday. Yep, Hawkeye. That's what I heard anyway. Or how about when CP is recalling mentally by listening to Katie the day's events and then all of a sudden shakes his head in agreement as if he remembers what happened that day, yet he wasn't there. Ha. I know, exactly, SI officer, and he does that a lot in these interviews, like even with the Chronicles of Olivia one. He's like going over in his mind, oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm like, how would you know? Even with the description, because in the beginning, and I'm so glad that we heard this, in its entirety because it puts it into context so well. So in the beginning, when the caller advised that Sebastian's description was that he was wearing black sweatpants and a black sweatshirt. Didn't say a hoodie, just said sweatshirt, right? And black pants. Then later on in the call, they asked for the description again, and the description were pants, black pants with a white stripe down the side, and a long sleeve black shirt with a print on the front. Right? So that was supposed to be the story. Chris screwed it up in the beginning, right? And then he goes around and tells everybody that we screwed it up, but really the news stations were reporting on that too. They were saying, "Oh, he's wearing all black sweatsuit basically. Sweatpants and sweat shirt is a sweatsuit." you know. But again, semantics, just like he said on the phone with Chloe PI, semantics are important. Brenda says Terry Lynn is the one that knew about the poker party. I just trust that info now, in my opinion. I know, Brenda, I'm with you on that. Like, that's why I kind of haven't looked into it, but I get what Hawkeye is saying. If there was, in fact, a poker party, it's important. It's just like in Devlin's case. Um, I think that the weekend before he went missing is very important, right? Just because, people will say the first 48, the first 72. Yeah, but what about the previous 48 and the previous 72, right? Those are all very important. That's a very important time frame altogether. Now, for gathering evidence, we better get it done in the first, little bit. But I think when we're looking back, and especially when we haven't solved the case, that's where we need to really look back a little bit into the past, right? And even the police did that too. They were saying, look for camera footage from this time to this time, right? Say, check your cameras for Monday. But then they actually were asking people to look for footage from Sunday to Monday. right? Sunday afternoon to Monday morning is what they were saying. But I'm gonna bring in a clip on that too. um Cemetery and poker night I cannot get into for some reason. Yeah, I'm just trying to, but there may be something that we can piece together there, Sam. I'm wondering. I mean, the one thing that I can't get over with the cemetery, even though I can't get down with it really, is the fact that there was activity 2 nights in a row. That's one thing where I'm like, "Damn." Everything else I'm like, "Well, it took them too long. There was too much time in between." But what were people doing over there for 2 nights in a row? Now, if there's riffraff, then that might explain it. Um, but I do find it curious, that part, that piece right there. Um, oh, thank you, NorCal SoGal, for your super chat. She says, in my opinion, the mom and stepdad should not be walking free. Sebastian disappeared under their roof, not Seth's. Don't forget that. Amen. And, that's the thing, too. There's a lot of people that are trying to push a false narrative on Seth. So. Hawkeye says facts are facts. Yeah. And I think it's good. I think it's good that we are re-examining things and going over it. And maybe that'll spark some more conversation, or we can get a deeper understanding, or maybe somebody might say, "You know what? I was at that poker party and I can confirm that." I don't know where Terry Lynn would have pulled it out of her ass though either, even though she does pull a lot of shit out of her ass. According to what she said on Queen Bee's panel anyway. Hey, her words, not mine. Treat Squirrel, good to see you. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry that you came in an awkward part of the conversation. I think so too. Crazy Bird. If that was the party, if the poker party was actually uh if it actually went down, I think it was like a party for you know, sexual circumstances, you know? Yeah, and I agree with that, Hawkeye, for sure. Yeah, if it was something they would have found him in the cemetery, or they would have found something there. Yeah, I'm pretty tapped out in that theory. And also just the fact that when I'm hearing this dispatch audio and then I'm hearing Craddock, it sounds like they really hammered or obliterated, in his words he says obliterated, pounded was, what they said too. Um the immediate area, and then they were planning on going back there and re-obliterating it, whatever that means. He obliterated the crime scene is what he did, in my opinion. But so, that's one thing I have to consider. So, um that's right. All men know what they drive, Detroit. That's right. Exactly. Maybe CP was not there, but if he did something accidental, she called him and he was involved. Right. His family was helped to clean up. So they have things on each other. I think that's the only reason that they're together, Cece. I don't see them being together without that piece, right? Without them being like without them having something to hold over each other's head. Mainly Katie. So it was poking all right. Oh Lord. Oh Sam. They had kids in separate rooms, that's all I know. Oh, okay, Hawkeye. Yeah, if you happen to find that, I'll look for it. The poker party was introduced by Terry Lynn. Okay, yeah. I was thinking she was about the only one that said it, right? Yeah, not knowing what we know about Terry Lynn, I don't know. Yeah, or now knowing what we know about Terry Lynn, I don't know. I know. That's the whole thing for me. You know, what did she have to gain from saying it? But then again, what made her come out and say it? And especially because it wasn't something that she was, because I want to say it was sometime in the summer that she brought it up, but it was shortly before she flipped. So I wouldn't doubt if she wasn't there, Kylie. That's the thing, So I'm like, well, maybe she was an eyewitness. So I would like to know why they took his doorknob off to Detroit. That's always bothered me. Yeah, I know. Why would they do that? So I know. Well, and they coulda something could have happened that night. Maybe say even if it was a regular card game, right? There could have been something that happened that was the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak, or something like that. So yeah, working for the foot's a distraction. Yeah, for sure. We know that now for sure, you know. In my opinion, they would chase after him to correct him, and I believe he would shut the door and lock it. Oh, and therefore they took the doorknob off. That makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Because Chris likes to be in control. He sure does. No, they're not normal. They're not, Hawkeye. You're right. You're right. They're completely deranged. And I didn't realize the level of it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, till we really got into it, you know? Yeah, she's super sus, Juicy Jules. Thanks for being here. Hey. Terry Lynn speaks in cursive. Oh my goodness. Blue Nick says, I like your avatar there, Blue Nick. That's pretty. I want to know why Katie said about the niece she had been uh thought or she had been through so much already. I gotcha. Would love to know what she means by that. You know, I think that's something that they were talking about, like, because obviously the niece was there, but that's a good question. I'm curious too. And then maybe people were trying to find her. Exactly. The pineapple means swingers. I know. Well, because it was funny. The reason I know that is because whenever Stephanie and Derek Levasseur got merch for their channels, they had little pineapples and they had like little detective outfits on. They were so cute. And then they were like, then they realized what the pineapples kind of signify. And then they're like, no, that is not us, but we do like pineapples, like real, actual pineapple. Anyway, so but yeah, you're right. MST says, didn't they say that Sebastian saw something on the computer at the poker party? Yeah, yes, I do remember that. I do remember that. Yeah. Kylie's nail candy. This spins around from time to time, I bet. I think Carrie Lynn's a mathematician. Yes, I do. Not arithmetic. No. In my opinion, yeah, we wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt as a local girl, but yeah, no, you floozy. You floozy. No, I know. Well, and I just thought it was cool that, the awareness for Sebastian. And I was like, I don't care if she put her logo on there. I mean, why not? That way if people want to know more about Sebastian's story, you can go to their channel. Um, oh my goodness. Do you think it's something to do with the niece? Why this happened? I don't, it could very well have been. Maybe something happened with their niece and they blamed it on Sebastian. Um, I'm not sure. I mean, I would think all the kids would be playing together. Um, I don't know if Sebastian just always seemed like, even in the pictures when he was playing tag or when he was little and he was helping the little girl with her sash at um the Christmas pageant, right? That they were all up there singing, and um he just always seems to be so kind and caring towards girls, like little girls his own age, his peers, and then also the waitress, right? Or the wait staff. He looked up at her and smiled. You know what I mean? So he's always been, it seems like he's been kind with girls. So I just don't see him like even getting something misconstrued. But then again, in my opinion, if she lied on Sebastian and they believed her, I'm not to say that she would do that, but I'm just saying hypothetically it might be a reason, Got to break out the family tradition, Sam. I believe TL got threatened from CP's family. In my opinion, she was close to something. Well, I mean, I think she knew them really, really well. But and I would think that too, Faye, if it wasn't for her going over there and buying, memberships at all the hate channels and going up there with CP and talking about, things that, adult toys, and things like that. I would have thought the same thing. Honestly, I would have stuck up for her even if I didn't like her, or even if I didn't agree with some of the things she was doing. But you know, yeah, an SI officer. I mean, who would have known, right? Like, I mean, eggplant parmesan. I love it, but it's like also eggplants also signify something that aren't so nice either. So a lot of this stuff came out earlier on. I was in the chat when TL talked about it. Okay, so Detroit, it was earlier than like I don't know why I'm thinking it was summertime. It was before that then, hon. I don't know why I was thinking summertime. See, but I always enjoyed everybody in the chat. So a lot of times I would just be like too busy in the chat talking to everybody and conversating, and I didn't really pay attention to her nonsense a lot of the times. I'm just gonna be honest. I thought she was a wackadoodle doo doo, and I just thought she was funny as hell. At times she just really made me laugh, but I also enjoyed the people who I thought were in her community, that were in it for Sebastian. It was just yeah, really too bad when that happened. But I absolutely think that she flipped over to the dark side and there's no turning back. And, that's where she likes to be. But that's the kind of person she was to begin with, guys. That's what's hard to believe. I know nobody wants to believe that, but just type in Terry Lynn on Reddit. It'll tell you everything you need to know. She's always been this way. As a matter of fact, she rebranded herself. Um, as a local trying to find Sebastian so she could make money off of a missing child. And then people from the other community were like, "Hey, Terry Lynn, we thought you were blind. How are you searching for a missing kid?" And she got busted out. Everybody was mad, because they had sent her money because they thought she was blind. And yeah, it's a whole thing. I know it sucks. Um, don't come for me. It just is what it is. Vicky Carpenter says, question, I haven't heard there was a poker party. When did the poker party happen? Allegedly, it happened the Friday before. So let's see, 23rd, February 23rd, so yeah, that's so sad, Sam. I wondered at first, or maybe the niece knew something about what happened with Sebastian that day. It's hard to say. Well, because they went to go pick the niece up. That's why I was thinking maybe that too, Star. Yeah. Maybe he became of age and wasn't fine with it anymore. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, Hawkeye, that's possible. You know, she has been friends with them for years. Yeah, she slept with one of the family members. She told us all that, Kylie. You're right. Yeah. That's absolutely that I can confirm. I mean, she said it, not me. She told all of us. She's like, "Yeah, I slept with one of the Proud Fate." And I'm like, "Oh, whoa, okay. Wait a minute." But I mean, I don't fault people for that because I mean, how did she know that, 20 years later, however long it was that Sebastian go missing? But I was like, "Oh, well," and especially if she was being honest and forthright, I give people the benefit of the doubt. So, I think so, IML. I think I have not heard or seen Seclusion Works, and I even tried to text her, but I haven't been able to get a hold of her at all. So, yeah, I was gonna make her a video, but I was hesitant because I was like, "Oh my gosh, of course I'll put the video up," and she'll be like, "No, I didn't pass away." Um, He is kind and a gentleman. I agree, Kylie. I just can't see him doing anything bad to a little girl or a girl or even an older, woman. Oh, yeah, that is true, Sam. Terry Lynn was triggered with the email, or excuse me, Terry Lynn was triggered and emailed Brett when I called her twerk. Oh no. With the whole center phone calls. I mean, that was weird. That was very, very weird, wasn't it? I couldn't believe she was psychodialing Sinner. Like I can't. I mean, it just goes to show who those people are, though. Like, why would you do that? Um, yeah, and some of the things coming out of her mouth was gross. And then you had people coming into the chat and they were like, "Oh, this is great. I love being here." And I'm like, "Yikes! If you guys were actually in the community before, it was way better." But then again, it was all a hoax. Allegedly, police took the laptop from Danny's house. I heard that too, Faye. I remember, I don't know who said it, but I do remember hearing that. Um, you know, I know I would think about the cherry party thing. Yeah. I don't know why it's pineapple. I don't get it. So maybe it's like the hamburger thing. I don't get it. Yeah. Yeah. She was stage 4 SI officer. Yes. Yeah. Wackadoodle do. But I used to laugh so hard and oh my gosh, everybody in the community was so sweet. Um, yes, Faye, I know. I know. Poor seclusion. Poor seclusion. I'm not kidding, Sam. I wish I was making it up. People were like, how is she blind and looking for Sebastian? I was like, "Oh boy." Like, I had no idea. And actually, when I was looking back for this Lego Diego stuff, I noticed it. I was like, "Oh, there's all the screenshots I saved." But I don't want to go after other people, so I try to keep it about Sebastian. But she was a big part of the case, right? The whole Center TL debacle got me blocked on Lynn's channel. I don't mean to laugh, I'm sorry. But the way you said that, the debacle, I just thought the whole thing was hilariously ridiculous. Definitely not the epitome of maturity, but some true colors came out. I know. Just the psychodialing. I was like, that's what, Minnie did to me, but she left a lot of nasty voicemails. And so I'm so glad I never spent a dime in local mathematician. Clueless, Clutorus, Crispy, or KP. Oh my goodness. Tweaking with Terry. I mean, I don't know how she stayed on the live so long, guys. I really don't. Because I mean, I could walk around with you guys and stuff if. But I mean, at what point there was never any eating or having to use the restroom. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Oh boy. Probably gonna be blind too someday. Cinderella. I'd be nervous to spread a lie like that. Like, it's just like Jessica's cancer story. when she's when she said I got cancer, it comes and goes. I'm like, dude, if you ever lost a loved one to cancer, you don't make a joke about that. Like that is like the most horrific thing ever, in my opinion. And you know. Oh, hey Bo. No, it's okay. I know. And I was supposed to hop off here, but you guys got me cracking up over here talking about the mathematicians. I don't know why that makes me laugh so much. It just does. Um, the funny thing about people that do that is that they think they're doing a lot. They think they're getting a lot done, but they're not. And so it does make sense. It does. It does. All right, guys. Well, I guess I won't play my sad intro on the way out tonight, but I might get an intro that's maybe a little more upbeat for us. No, I do. I don't wish anything bad on her. I hope she's doing all right. I don't know. She hasn't been on, which is probably a good thing because she's got a lot of. I mean, some of those people like that Earthy, that lady is like fucking insane. You want you want to know somebody who's a complete nut job? It's that one right there. Um, yeah. I think Terry Lynn is probably on Rumble or something like that, or some other dark part of the internet. But either way, I hope that we can figure this out. And guys, if you don't live far, I know I'm echoing a lot of what was said in the video, but if you don't live far, consider coming into Sumner County and, stopping over and just, shake Seth's hand, or, grab a flyer or something like that, but just show that you care, because we need people. We need the sheriff's department to understand that we're going to be peaceful. We're not going to, do anything crazy. But that we still care about Sebastian. We're never going to stop. So if they don't want to have that outside their, facility, then let's find Sebastian. They got to have enough. Look, guys, day 1, hour 2 or 3, they had made contact with 90% of the, no, I'm just kidding. I don't know an exact percentage, but they made contact with all all of the people in the neighborhood, as many as they possibly could, and then some. And then Bobby was like, "Hey, I got you on the Facebook end because I got everybody in the neighborhood on Facebook." Right? So I mean, she was doing her the most to help out with that. Um and then people were sending stuff in. So Star. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That whole thing was very awful, just all of it. And then before I knew it, I was like, "Where's all the people that used to be in here?" And it was like every single hater on the planet was in that chat. And I was like, "How the heck did they know that she was doing this?" So she had to be friends with them all before this. You know what I mean? And then the people that were in her chat that were normal before were like, "Hey, hate channel people, how you doing? Nice to see you, old chap." And I was like, "Whoa." I mean, I was blown away. So she totally fooled me. Um, but that's what people who are, not right, and um a lot of mathematicians can do that sometimes. Um Aw, thank you, Witchy Mama, for being here. I appreciate you. I also, okay, so I'm gonna say this too before we go. I also heard that Terry Lynn was dating, and this is from Heidi Black, right? And I like Heidi Black. I've been on panel with Heidi and Terry Lynn. That was the first time I had ever been on a panel, was with those two. And Heidi was super nice to me and everything. Grifter's gonna grift. Mathematics. Math addicts. Um and she said that Terry Lynn was dating one of the oh Lord. She was dating one of the Hendersonville PDs, I think. Either way, one of the cops in the area. I'm not sure if it was Sumner County, Hendersonville. I know it wasn't Gallatin. Um, but she was dating them for information on Sebastian's case. You know? Oh my goodness. Aw, thank you, Hawkeye. You guys are making me laugh over here with your mathematicians. That's too funny. Oh my goodness. I know. I know. I know, Sam. It's so, that was what I heard. That's allegedly in Heidi's opinion. In my opinion, it works. I mean, she's probably not lying. I don't see why she would have a reason to lie, even though I think they were beefing at that point. So maybe that's it. Um, Either way, you guys are awesome. I really appreciate you guys, and I appreciate the conversation. You guys always get me going longer than I want to, and it's just because I really like hanging with you guys. So, oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Oh, you didn't have to do that, little Miss Sharon. Thank you so much for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. If you got a membership from little Miss Sharon, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And that just reminds me, I wrote down the date. So thank you for to Forget Me Not for giving us the date. But I did reach out to Jude. I have to see when she's available to do it. But I was thinking we can do it like the last day of January, because I wanted everybody to be able to, get in with the memberships and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I want to post it early enough so everybody knows about it. So the size 14. Oh, baloney. The size 14. He wishes. Oh my gosh. No way. And that's where I will say to Chris Proudfoot, prove it, prove it. I want to see it. I don't believe it, you know. Hey, butterflies are free to fly. Good to see you. I know, right? I know, couponing so sweet. All right, you guys take care and thank you all so very, very much for hanging with me. I'll have another video posted tomorrow. But I'll probably go live in the afternoon and then I'll get the video out later on, kind of like I did tonight, you know, sort of last minute. But thank you, Nero V. Thank you so much. All right, you guys have a great rest of your evening, or well, have a great rest of your day.